for today's NAIA softball doubleheader featuring the visiting Marian University Knights and your St. Francis Cougars. Now let's meet the starting lineups first for the Knights. Batting first in center field, number 3, Abby Hoffman. Batting second in left, number 1, Delaney Rundle. Batting third in right, number 11, Abby Madare. Batting fourth at third base, number 8, Maddie Hughes. Batting fifth at shortstop, number 4, Allie Malone. Batting sixth at first base, number 5, Lily Went. Batting seventh, doing the catching, number 21, Haley Webb. Batting eighth, the DP, number 17, Mystic Means. Batting ninth at second base, number 2, Ella Piercy. And pitching for the Knights is number 10, Macy Cohen. The head coach of Marian is Scott Fleming. And now, let's meet the starters for your St. Francis Cougars. Batting first at second base, number 80, Sam Baker. Batting second, doing the catching, number 5, Peyton Eiliff. Batting third at third, number 00, Abby Robakowski. Batting fourth at first base, number 14, Haley Schott. Batting fifth in left field, number 7, Madison Minnick. Batting sixth, the DP, number 2, Macy Dowd. Batting seventh at shortstop, number 1, Courtney Serber. Batting eighth in right field, number 20, Joanna Gomez. And batting ninth in center field, number 25, Lena Vigioni. In the circle for the Cougars, number 10, Ellie Souter. The head coach of St. Francis is Ryan Bolin. And now we ask that you rise, if you are able, and face the flag for the playing of the national anthem.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
The athletes has always been here, and they're getting better. I'm watching, Summit City Sports, man, they're doing an awesome job. And, that's a plug. Them dudes are doing an outstanding job. And I'm able to be in Nashville and watch games on YouTube that they're broadcasting, and I'm seeing the talent. And it is just truly outstanding. And, you guys have seen the talent that's in the NFL now from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the talent that's coming up now, and the talent that, is just here, man. It's really cool.
Developed for athletes of all sports, PSM's Edge training program is a personalized, high-intensity experience designed to help you outperform the competition. Whether you're looking to enhance your speed, strength, power, agility, or overall fitness, our expert training staff will build a program that adapts to your schedule while maximizing your overall performance. Now accepting athletes 12 years old and up. Get started today. Schedule your free evaluation at psmsports.com/edge.
We welcome you back to Weston Dorr Field on the University of St. Francis campus for doubleheader softball on this Wednesday afternoon. Number 11 Marian in town to take on St. Francis. First time this season these two teams are meeting off here in the doubleheader today. It is 59 degrees in Fort Wayne, much better than the temperatures yesterday. Sun is out once again. It is a good day for softball. We'll run through those batting order and the defensive alignment for St. Francis once again. Abby Hoffman is in the leadoff spot and playing center field. Delaney Rundle batting second and playing left. Abby Madare in right field and hitting third. Maddie Hughes at third base, batting fourth. Allie Malone hitting fifth. Lily Went in the sixth spot. Haley Webb is catching and batting seventh. Mystic Means, your designated player, in the eighth spot. Ella Piercy gets the start at second base and hits ninth for Marian. Macy Cohen will be in the circle for Marian. Defensively for St. Francis, Maddie Minnick in left field, Lena Vigiano in center field, and Joanna Gomez out in right. Robakowski at third, Serber at short, Baker at second with Schott at first. Peyton Eiliff is your catcher once again as Ellie Souter delivers a first pitch strike, and we are underway in game number 1. 2:55 is our start time. Again, temperature 59 degrees and sunny skies here in Fort Wayne. Ellie Souter's second pitch is down in the zone for a ball, 1-1. Souter coming into today at 8-3 record. 15th start of the season. She's thrown 2 complete games, including yesterday. 3.16 ERA this year for Souter as Hoffman falls behind 1-2. Hoffman in the leadoff spot hitting .419. .460 on base percentage. 4 home runs, 24 runs driven in this season for Hoffman. 2 balls and 2 strikes on the leadoff hitter for Marian. Knights wearing their road gray uniforms today. St. Francis in the all-white unis. 2-2. Good spot to live in for Souter. You'll take that. Count is full, 3-2 on the leadoff hitter Hoffman. This one in the air to right field. It's going to land on a hop in front of Gomez, and it is a leadoff single to begin the game for Marian. Abby Hoffman in the leadoff spot. Reaches, and she is certainly a threat to steal second. 17 for 17 in stolen bases this year as the left-handed hitting left fielder Delaney Rundle steps in. Bunt laid down the third baseline. Robakowski's throw to first is a little bit offline, goes into right field, and Marian's going to get an extra base off of it. So defensive error from St. Francis, and it puts runners at second and third for Marian here in the first frame. Now Abby Madare stands in for the Knights. Marian threatening in the top of the first inning. And Souter fires back with a first pitch strike, 0-1. Right fielder Madare leads the team in batting average, .462 this season. 6 home runs, 38 runs driven in. But she's behind 0-2 in her first at-bat to Souter. Two runners in scoring position. 0-2, popped out to right field. Gomez is going to be able to make the catch. She's coming towards home. It's cut off by Baker as the run scores for Marian. Sacrifice fly out to right field. There is one down as Madare collects the RBI. Delaney Rundle moves from second to third, and that brings up Maddie Hughes. First pitch misses to Hughes, ball 1. Third baseman hit in the cleanup spot, .349 batting average this year. Leads the team with 13 walks drawn on the season. Outside corner gets the called strike for Souter to make it 1-1. See what St. Francis does on a ball hit on the infield here. Souter painting the outside corner. It's 1-2 on Hughes. Right back to Souter. She'll go to first to get the out. And there are 2 away. So 1-3 on the putout for out number 2. Thought maybe that one came right back to her in the air. But just off the ground on that swing. So a runner still aboard at third for Allie Malone, the shortstop. This is outside, 2-0. Should say Malone, the one that leads the team in walks this year with 13 on the season. One nothing lead for Marian in the top of the first. 2-1. Swung on and missed, and it's now 2-2. St. Francis trying to limit the damage to just one here in the first inning. 2-2. Oh, just missed. And the count now full on Malone. Shortstop got a good eye at the plate. Souter gets out of the inning for St. Francis, and it's just one on the board for Marian in the top of the first. One run on one hit, one defensive error from the Cougars. It'll be St. Francis coming to bat when we return to Westendorf Field here in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
1-0 Marian strikes first in the top half of the first inning as we welcome you back to Westendorf Field here at St. Francis. Batting order for the Cougars, who have won 9 consecutive games coming into today. Sam Baker in the leadoff spot, followed by Peyton Iliff and Abby Robakowski. Haley Schott batting fourth, Maddie Minnick fifth. Macy Dowd in the sixth spot and is the designated player here in Game 1. Courtney Serber batting seventh. Joanna Gomez gets the start here again in this first game with a doubleheader. She plays right field, and then Lena Vigiano in center field, hitting in the 9 spot. So Sam Baker, top of the order for St. Francis. She will face Macy Cohen. 9-2 record for Cohen with a 2.61 earned run average. 40 strikeouts, 16 walks on the year. And a first pitch strike to Baker. It's 0-1. Sam in the leadoff spot all year long. 310 batting average, 412 on base percentage for Baker. And laid off that off-speed pitch. It's 1-1 to Baker. First at bat for St. Francis today. At the knees, gets the called strike for Cohen to make it 1-2 on Baker. Wind is blowing slightly towards center field. May have a little bit of help if you get one in the air today. 1-2 pitch to Baker and fouled back into the glove for strike 3. One down. And it's the catcher, Peyton Iliff, who steps in for the first time. Iliff, 284 batting average, but a 419 on base percentage. Home run, 15 runs driven in this year. Inside corner, called strike on that first pitch to Iliff, 0-1. Story for Marian this year has really been their offense. 10 runs in 8 different games this season. They scored a season-high 21 runs earlier this year in conference play at Huntington. They've only allowed 10-plus runs, though, once this season. Taylor got him for 16 in Game 2 of a doubleheader. Outside corner has been open for business. Called strike to Iliff to make it 1-2. Get to the other games going on in the Crossroads League today momentarily. This is the 1-2 pitch. Too far outside, 2-2. Taylor at Mount Vernon. Grace is at Goshen. We've also got Indiana Wesleyan hosting Spring Arbor. 2-2. Iliff fouls it off to stay alive. Be back here tomorrow for 2 games. Goshen in town. And then back again on Saturday for 2 with Grace. Off-speed pitch, Iliff waits back on it, shoots it in the air towards left field. Well struck for Iliff, and this ball leaves the yard. Peyton Iliff with her second home run of the season, and St. Francis strikes back here in the first inning. She waited back on an off-speed pitch and got all of it to put St. Francis on the board. We'll look back at it here on our replay. Cohen goes to that off speed, and that little drop ball just hung in the zone for too long, and Iliff got all of it. So a solo home run for Peyton Iliff, her second long ball of the season. We are tied up at 1 here at Westendorf Field. Robakowski takes the first pitch ball 1-0, and we've talked with Coach Bolin over the course of the season about his team gearing up for speed, trying to get ready for fastballs. And we saw it yesterday with Emily Underwood at Spring Arbor, one of the best pitchers in the conference. Geared up for speed, but being able to adjust to that drop ball, and Iliff did it perfectly. 1-1 count on Robakowski. Bottom of the first inning for one of the premier hitters in the NAIA. There's that drop ball again, stayed up in the zone this time. 2-1. Robakowski, .441 batting average, 12 home runs, 35 runs driven in. She's tied for third in the NAIA in home runs this season. Skied up on the infield, left side of the infield, and there's the shortstop, Malone, who makes the catch, out number 2. Pop out to short, 2 down. That brings up the first baseman, Haley Schott, for St. Francis. Schott got all of 1 yesterday for her second home run of the year. That long ball for Schott resulted in a mercy rule victory for St. Francis in Game 2 of the doubleheader against Marian. First pitch strike, 0-1. Junior graduated not too far from here at Leo High School. So many different Leo players playing at the next level, including here at St. Francis. You see Ellie Souter in the circle today, also a Leo graduate. Count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Schott. Wind blowing towards center field. It's starting to pick up a bit on a ball in the air right now. You could get a lot of help from the wind. See the flag flowing out in right center field over by the scoreboard. 2-2, count evens up to Schott. 2 down, bottom of the first inning here at St. Francis. Two. And the strikeout to end the bottom of the first inning. But St. Francis does get the run back. We are tied up at 1 after 1 inning complete here at Westendorf Field.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
SummitCitySports.com, live on the St. Francis Athletics YouTube channel. Jaron Matheny, glad that you are with us here for St. Francis softball on this Wednesday afternoon. Games 3 and 4 of the week for St. Francis, with 2 more games coming tomorrow against Goshen, 2 more on Saturday with Grace, and then 2 more on Monday of next week against Bethel as well. It's number 11 Marian in town today, though. First pitch swinging. This is in the air to center field, and it got over the head of Vigiano. Going to land down and result in 2 bases. Didn't get a great read off the bat there in center, did Vigiano, and it's a leadoff double for Lily Went. And it brings up the catcher, Haley Webb. So first pitch hunting there for Marian offensively, and Went got the pitch that she was looking for. Webb at the dish. First pitch called a strike. 0-1. Catcher digs in the 7th spot in the order for Marian. And facing Ellie Souder, starting in game 1 once again for the Cougars. And she's ahead now 1-2. Full week off for the Cougars with all the rainouts before they could get back into action yesterday, and trying to make all these games up as the conference season is quickly coming to a close. These 2 teams will meet 17 days from now. Fly ball into right field, and Gomez comes on to make the catch. Nice play out there in right, 1 away. But these 2 teams meet again on April 25th, so you don't have a lot of time remaining in between games. We saw earlier this year it was really about a month between when you play your first doubleheader against somebody and then the next one across the Crossroads League. First pitch strike 0-1 to the left-handed hitting Mystic Means. But it's going to be a quick turnaround no matter what for these 2 teams at the end of the year. So they'll be very familiar with one another heading in to the Crossroads League tournament. Mystic Means, the designated player. 4 runs driven in this season. This is popped up. Robakowski makes the catch and throws towards second. Out number 2. Still aboard at second is Went off the pop out from Means. 2 away, 9 spot in the order, Ella Piercy, the second baseman. You can hear the wind picking up in Fort Wayne. Marian scoring an unearned run in the first inning. This is fouled back, 1-1. Leadoff double to start things in the second, but Went has not moved since. Fly out to right. That pop out on the bunt. Count now 2-1 on Piercy. Two 1 stayed just above the letters. 3 balls and 1 strike. Piercy taking. Count is full, 3-2. Went aboard at second. Payoff pitch from Souder is just too low. Ball 4. And I'll put runners at first and second back to the top of the order with Abby Hoffman. The ability to work counts, work through at bats, certainly pivotal at the top of the order, but when you can find players that can work through some at bats at the bottom of the order, that can really help too, and Ella Piercy does just that. First pitch missing to Hoffman, 1-0. Hoffman singled. She's responsible for the runs scored for Marian. Too far outside, 2-0. Back to the top of the order for Marian. 14-6 in the Crossroads League. St. Francis 15-3. Called strike 2 and 1. Indiana Wesleyan did come back yesterday and defeat Mount Vernon Nazarene late. So they picked up 2 wins, now 17 and 3 in the Crossroads League. 2-1. On the ground, through the hole on the right side into right field. Gomez comes up throwing for the plate, and this one off the bounce, unable to cut down the runner. It's an RBI single, and scoring from second is Went. Runners at first and second, 2 down, and Marian grabs the lead back here in the second inning. RBI single for Hoffman. Now Delaney Rundle in the 2 spot. And so much of the game today, a little bit warmer weather, should be better for offense overall. But trying to make sure you don't give up the crooked number to pretty prolific offenses facing off. That's 0-2 on Rundle as Souter Payne in the outside corner right now. Oh, 2. And this one is tapped foul toward the St. Francis dugout. Piercy aboard at second, Hoffman at first. 2 down, top of the second. Down in the zone. Nobody going anywhere as Iliff keeps everything in front of her. One, 2. Throw over to first in time as Robakowski goes across the diamond. It's a ground out to end the top half of the second. Marian with a couple of hits, but limited to just 1 run. 2-1. Knights leading St. Francis as we move on to the bottom of the second.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Back here at Westendorf Field, 5, 6, and 7 in the batting order, due up for St. Francis here in the bottom of the second inning. 2-1 on the scoreboard in favor of number 11 Marian. It's game 1 of this doubleheader between these two teams that are at the top of the standings in the Crossroads League as Minnick sends one into left field. Well struck and gone. Maddie Minnick leaves the yard, and St. Francis, just what they did in the first inning. Solo home run, Minnick's 3rd long ball of the year, and we're tied again at 2. And how about this again? We saw it for Marian, but first pitch hunting here for Minnick. And down that third base line, Coach Gower knew it was gone right off the bat. Minnick, 3-run, 3rd home run of the season. Solo shot here. And St. Francis ties it up again at 2. And just back to the conversation we were having in the top of the inning. The ability to limit the damage to just 1 in any given inning in this game is going to be huge. Crooked numbers tell a big story in this one, and that's on the pitchers to make sure they're locked back in. And Cohen down 2-0 now in this at-bat with Macy Dowd, designated player. Exactly what St. Francis was looking for to start the second. 2-0. High chopper going to get through the left side into left field, and a single for Dowd. Back-to-back hits to start the bottom of the second for St. Francis. And that brings Courtney Serber to the dish. 373 batting average for Serber. Got 7 doubles on the year. Picked up a couple of RBIs yesterday. St. Francis getting the doubleheader sweep over Spring Arbor, winning 4-2 and 11-2. Serber takes the first pitch, ball 1-0. Marian hasn't played since last Friday. They picked up a doubleheader sweep of Huntington, but they're just 5-5 in their last 10 games played. And Cohen struggling to find the zone right now in this second inning. Back-to-back batters with 2-0 counts after Minnick attacked the first pitch she saw for a home run to start this inning at the plate. There is a strike to Serber, 2-1. Making sure you see one if you are St. Francis in this situation with Cohen trying to find that grip. Popped up out in front of home plate, and the catch is made by the first baseman, Wendt, who comes on to squeeze it. One away, runner at first, and Joanna Gomez to the dish. So 8th spot in the order for St. Francis. Gomez had a couple of nice plate appearances in Game 2 of the doubleheader yesterday against Spring Arbor. Gets the start in the first game of the doubleheader today. Takes a first pitch, ball 1-0. 318 batting average. 1-0. That just got the lower outside corner for a strike to make it 1-1. Gomez took a peek at that wristband. 1-1 is down in the zone. 2 balls and 1 strike, and Dowd able to get back to first base on a head-first slide. Got the wheel play in action on that last potential bunt attempt from Gomez. Two-1. Up, out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Gomez. Two-two. Fouled off, and Gomez battling in her first at-bat today against Cohen. And it is turned into a beautiful day for softball, much better than the conditions we saw yesterday here in Fort Wayne. 42, I believe, was the high during our gameplay. We might get up to 62 in this one. Full count on Gomez. Dowd aboard at first. 1 out, bottom of the second. 2-2 between Marian and St. Francis. 3-2 pitch. Gomez through the left side into left field. Going to find a gap as well. Dowd will be held up at third. A single for Gomez through the left side. Runners on the corner, still just 1 down for St. Francis here in the second. That brings up Lena Vigiano. And behind home plate, Webb will go through the signs defensively, what they want to do if Gomez takes off here on this first pitch, what you kind of expect her to do. Cohen misses low on that first pitch to Vigiano, 1-0. And now time is called, and we'll have a meeting in the circle for Marian before this at-bat continues with Vigiano. Runners at first and third for St. Francis. Bottom of the second, just one away, and time really for both teams to talk things out in this scenario. Where do you want to go? We're trying to lay down a bunt here. If a bunt is laid down, if we're stealing a base, all sorts of scenarios for both groups to try and go through together before we continue in this at-bat with Vigiano. It's a 1-0 count. Bottom of the second inning. And the count at 1-0 on Vigiano as we get ready to continue in this at-bat. Gomez aboard at first, Dowd over at third. Maddie Minnick with a solo home run to lead off this second inning. 1 run off of 3 hits so far, and we'll see the adjustments for both teams. There is a right-handed arm moving in the bullpen for Marian. Lexi Smith up and throwing. 1-0. Vigiano lays down the bunt out in front of home plate. Cohen going to go to first. They get the out there. Throw home. Not in time. Dowd scores. And St. Francis takes the lead. Going from first to third in all that action was Gomez. As good as a sacrifice bunt right there for Vigiano. 2 down. Cougars take the lead. Back to the top of the order with Sam Baker. Still a runner to potentially bring in. Baker takes the first pitch, ball 1. Gomez over at third. Baker watches one go above the letters. 2 balls and no strikes on the leadoff hitter, Sam Baker. Struck out her first time at the plate. Trying to get her aboard and use her wheels even with 2 down. 2-0. Called strike to Baker, 2-1. Baker looked like she took a peek down that third base line to see where Hughes and Malone were positioned at on the left side of the infield. 2-1. Missed. 3 balls and 1 strike on Baker. 3-2 St. Francis leading. Still the bottom of the second. Cohen rocks and fires. Baker flutters one out to second base. Catch is made by Piercy. And that'll end the bottom of the second. It's 3-2 though. St. Francis takes the lead with 2 runs in the second. A solo home run from Maddie Minnick, and then a successful bunt from Lena Vigiano brings home Macy Dowd. 3-2 St. Francis with the lead, heading to the top of the third.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
3, 4, and 5 in the batting order due up for Marian. St. Francis leading 3-2. Madare, Hughes, and Malone scheduled to hit for the visitors. Top of the third. As Ellie Sounder returns to the circle for St. Francis. Score updates: Taylor leading Mount Vernon Nazarene 3-0 in the top of the second. Scoreless in the bottom of the second between Grace and Goshen. And Indiana Wesleyan leads Spring Arbor 1-0 in the top of the third in Marian. Marian, Indiana. We've got the Marian Knights out of Indy here today. Strike on the corner from Sounder to make it 1-2 on Madare, who had the sacrifice fly that brought in the run in the first for the Knights. 1-2. And missed away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Madare, Hughes, Malone. 3, 4, and 5 in this inning. This is just out of play into the Marian bullpen. Still 2-2. Pitching staff for St. Francis, 2.93 ERA this year. 45 walks, 116 strikeouts. Average just a little bit more than 4.5 strikeouts through 7 innings pitched. 2-2. And out in front, this is foul on the third base side. Knights have started each of the first 2 innings with a runner aboard, but they will not here. First strikeout for Souter of the third. Second strikeout overall. First one to go down looking in Madare. And there is one away here in the third inning. Leadoff batter goes down on strikes, and that brings up the cleanup spot, Matty Hughes. Missing on the inside portion of the plate there to Hughes. 18 runs driven in this year. And now the outside corner gets the call, 1-1. Gone back and forth through the opening innings so far. This has popped up and out of play on the first base side to make it 1-2. Marian with a run in the first and in the second. St. Francis with 1 in the first, 2 runs in the second. 1-2. Count evens up, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Allie Malone due up next. Lifted out towards right center field and finds a home in between Vigiano and Gomez. It'll drop in for a hit for Marian. Hughes credit on the single. 1 down, runner at first, and now the 5 spot in the order, Allie Malone. Malone, first pitch swinging in the air right at Vigiano in center. She ranged towards left, made the catch, and 1 pitch to get the second out of this third inning. Brings up Lily Wendt. Wendt drove the ball over Vigiano's head in center field in her last AB. You can tell for the outfielders, just a little bit tougher to see the ball. Sunglasses on out in center field, and Vigiano covering her eyes as well. Try and get a look at what may be coming her way. 2-0 on Wendt. Doubled, scored in the last inning. Perfect pitch, called strike, 2-1. Wind continuing to blow out towards center field. Two-1 in the air to right. Gomez towards the line, goes down to a knee, and she's able to make the catch. And St. Francis keeps Marian off the scoreboard in the third. To the bottom half of the third we go. 2, 3, and 4 in the batting order. Catcher Peyton Iliff leads things off when we come back to West Indoor Field.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
The athletes has always been here, and they're getting better. I'm watching, Summit City Sports, man, they're doing an awesome job. And, that's a plug. Them dudes are doing an outstanding job. And I'm able to be in Nashville and watch games on YouTube that they're broadcasting, and I'm seeing the talent. And it is just truly outstanding. And, you guys have seen the talent that's in the NFL now from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the talent that's coming up now, and the talent that, is just here, man. It's really cool.
Peyton Iliff leads off the bottom of the third for St. Francis. 2, 3, and 4 in the batting order for the Cougars. Iliff, Robakowski, and Schott scheduled to bat here in the third. 3-2 St. Francis lead coming into this frame. Iliff hit the solo home run in the first inning that tied the game up at 1. Tick behind here on the swing. 1 ball and 1 strike. We have not really seen Cohen go back to that drop ball since the first inning. One downstairs. 2-1 count on Iliff. Nine-game winning streak for St. Francis. They've scored at least 4 runs in all 9 of those games. Iliff now on a 2-2 count. Up in the zone, full count now on Iliff. Dugout is into it for St. Francis. Bottom of the third, payoff pitch. Iliff hits another one hard towards left field, and she has done it again. Peyton Iliff, for the second time today, has homered. This one a rocket down the left field line on a fastball, and Iliff is seeing the ball really well right now. 4-2, St. Francis in front. So a 2-home run day for Peyton Iliff in her first 2 plate appearances of the day. And St. Francis tacking on here in the bottom of the third, and now have scored at least 1 run in each of the first 3 innings. And again, Coach Gower down that third baseline, he knew it. And Iliff gets to trot the bases once again. Brings up Abby Robakowski, who you normally would think of as the big home run threat for St. Francis. 12 home runs this year. She's 1 home run shy of 30 for her St. Francis career. First pitch catches the outside corner for a strike, 0-1. And credit to these St. Francis hitters. They've gotten to Macy Cohen so far today, who has an ERA below 3 on the year, but St. Francis has already tagged 4 runs and not even an out recorded here in the third. Oh, too far outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Still 1-0. Iwu over Spring Arbor. Taylor now leading 5-0 at Mount Vernon Nazarene. Grace at Goshen with a 1-0 lead. Off speed, Robakowski able to wait back long enough to shoot it to the left side of the infield, and she's going to beat out an infield single. She was gearing up to go for something a little bit faster than that, but kept her way back long enough to make contact, and solid contact at that, to the left side of the infield. It is an infield single for Robakowski. It's one of the toughest things you can see a hitter do. You're geared up for fastball, or even if you're looking off speed and then the extreme off speed pitch comes in. It's first pitch strike to Haley's shot. Trying to keep yourself back long enough to at least make contact and spoil it, let alone pick up a hit. Oh, and 1 count on Haley's shot. Lays down a perfect bunt out in front of home plate. That'll move Robakowski to second. And you have to give a lot of credit to Haley's shot. She had that home run yesterday, but over the past couple of days, she's just been willing to sacrifice herself at the plate to move runners over, and that's exactly what St. Francis needs. Robakowski to second, 1 down, and this is Maddie Minnick already with a home run in this game. First pitch misses to Minnick, ball 1. And now she's ahead, 2 balls and no strikes. Seen some good mix of plate appearances from St. Francis as well. I mean, Minnick jumped on the first pitch she saw in the second inning for the home run, and now patient to see 2 balls to begin this at-bat. Cohen with the 2-0. Bunt laid down, left side of the infield. Only option is to go to first. They do get the out there as Robakowski moves from second to third. 2 down. And Macy Dowd, she can pick up a hit here, will produce another run for St. Francis. Dowd singled and scored in the second. Moving runners over are the Cougars here in the third. First pitch strike 0-1 to Dowd. Moving runners over, and you're making the infielders of Marian make a quick decision. See if you can't draw a throw that's offline somewhere at some point. Down in the dirt, 1-1. Courtney Serber due up next if the inning continues. Up high to Dowd. She's ahead now, 2-1. Six total hits for St. Francis. Runner aboard at third with 2 down. Dowd 2-1 in the air towards right. Madare is underneath it to close the bottom half of the third. But another run for St. Francis as Peyton Iliff hits her second home run of the day. 3 innings complete in game 1 of the doubleheader. And St. Francis leading number 11 Marian 4-2 as we go to the top of the 4th.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Four to 2, St. Francis with a lead over Marian as we get ready for the top of the 4th inning. Jaron Matheny, SummitCitySports.com. Glad that you are with us. St. Francis Cougar Athletics on YouTube is where you can find us. As Ellie Souter back in the circle to begin the top of the 4th inning. 7, 8, and 9 in the batting order for Marian, starting here with Haley Webb, who flew out to right field in her first at-bat today. Webb, Means, and Piercy scheduled to hit for Marian here in the fourth. Knights picked up a run in each of the first 2 innings. St. Francis has scored in every inning so far, including a 2 spot in the second. Two balls and 2 strikes on Webb. On the ground to third, Robakowski over to first. Leadoff batter is retired, 1 away. And that was the key last inning. First 2 innings, Marian got the leadoff batter aboard, and that leadoff hitter came around to score in each of the first 2 innings. They did not get the leadoff batter on in the third. No runs were produced. We'll see if that holds true again here in the 4th inning. Mystic Means right back to Robakowski, and back again to Schott. 1 pitch to record out number 2, as Souders trying to work through a quick top half of the 4th. It's the 9th spot, Ella Piercy, with 2 down. On the ground to short, Serber able to recover and get the out at first. So the infield comes through defensively for St. Francis, and it's a lightning quick top half of the 4th inning defensively for the Cougars. 4-2, still the lead for St. Francis as we head to the bottom of the 4th.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcast. When the Homestead girls golf team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories and setting the standard for how high school sports should be covered. Join us and donate today.
7, 8, and 9 in the batting order for St. Francis. Serber, Gomez, and Vigiano coming to the plate for the Cougars. And we've got a pitching change for Marian. Lexi Smith is in relief. Smith 5-2 on the year with a 3.46 ERA. 17 walks, 29 strikeouts this season for Smith, who replaces Cohen after she went just 3 innings, gave up 6 hits. All 4 runs are earned. Smith back in the circle. And now 7th spot in the order is where she starts, facing Courtney Serber, who was able to recover on a ball that partially hopped out of her glove. Recovered, threw it over to first, and got the final out of the top half of this inning. Smith does find the zone to make it 2-1. There is another right-hander up and throwing for Marian. Never know if that's just a situation where you've got a couple of different pitchers and you're getting ready for a second game potentially, or trying to make sure you're ready to go in case St. Francis continues to hit the different pitchers of Marian. (3-1). And the count is full, 3-2. 3-2. And Serber draws the walk. Leadoff runner is on for St. Francis here in the 4th inning. So leadoff walk. Gomez turns to bunt and ends up taking a strike. Oh, 1 from Smith. And Gomez takes a strike. It's now 0-2. Singled and was left stranded at third base. Back in the second. 1 for 1 today. Gomez able to lay off that 0-2 pitch. One, two. That went just off the edge to Gomez. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Serber aboard at first, could potentially be on the move. Smith first inning in relief for Marian. Serber is on the run for second. It is a strikeout of Gomez, but a stolen base in the process for Serber as she moves from first to second. One away for Lena Vigiano. First pitch strike. So Smith, after walking the leadoff batter, has done a nice job of finding the zone here in her first inning in relief. Bottom of inning number 4, 4-2 St. Francis. Cougars have scored at least 1 run in every inning at the plate so far. Vigiano down now 0-2. Serber in scoring position. Smith misses 1-2 now. Bottom of the 4th inning, Grace leading Goshen 1-0. Taylor still leading Mount Vernon Nazarene 5-0. As Vigiano shoots this one back up the middle into center field, turning around third and holding is Serber. Now the ball gets past. Serber's going to score. Vigiano into second. It'll be a hit, and then a defensive error from Marian. Run scores for St. Francis again, and it's 5-2. So Vigiano with a single. Serber ends up scoring on that errant throw, and Vigiano moves to second as well. And once again, here's St. Francis scoring in an inning. They have scored in each of the first 4 innings here today. Back to the top of the order with Sam Baker. First pitch misses, ball 1. Is a called strike. 1-1 to Sam Baker. 0 for 2 today is Baker. In that leadoff spot, trying to get aboard and, again, use her wheels. Where St. Francis is extremely dangerous. Count now 1-2 on Sam Baker. 1-2 count. Smith stepped on the rubber, stepped off, and now is back on. Vigiano at second. The 1-2 to Baker. And she's able to stay alive. Spring Arbor has scored. Bottom of the fourth inning, 1-1 between Indiana Wesleyan and Spring Arbor. Third time through the order. First look at Smith, though, here in the fourth. Baker takes a called strike 3. There are 2 down in the fourth. It's Peyton Iliff batting for the third time today. 2 for 2, 2 home runs. Both of them came against Cohen. First pitch ball to Iliff, 1-0. Vigiano in scoring position, trying to put up a crooked number here in the fourth. Iliff takes a strike, 1-1. Seen some pretty good patience at the plate here in game 1 from St. Francis. Iliff jumps ahead 2-1. Katie Lackman is the one currently throwing in the bullpen for Marian. Actually, 2 different arms up and loosening for the Knights. 2-1 to Iliff, fouled back, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Trying to get you that other number on who is warming up for Marian on that first base side. Certainly doesn't look like Smith will be their final pitcher here today, though. Full count on Iliff. Vigiano at second. Smith with a 3-2. Iliff into right field, but it's right at Madare, and she's got it to end the fourth. But another run on the board for St. Francis. 1 run off of 1 hit. They do leave 1 runner on base, and there was an error defensively by Marian. 5-2, the lead for the Cougars as we go to the top of the 5th inning.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
SummitCitySports.com, live on the St. Francis Cougars Athletics YouTube channel. We are here at Westendorf Field for the first of 2 games today. Doubleheader in the Crossroads League. St. Francis 15-3 in the conference. Marian 14-6. Cougars did not play any conference games last week because of the weather. Indiana Wesleyan 17-3 in first. St. Francis second. Marian third. And then Taylor is fourth. Those are your top 4 and really the 4 teams that have any sort of chance at still winning the conference during the regular season. If Marian's going to do that, they'll have to play better softball in the second half of the conference season. Knights at the top of the order here in the 5th, 3rd time through. Hoffman falls behind 1-1. Marian number 11, tied with Lindsey Wilson for that 11th spot in the top 25 rankings. Only team in the Crossroads League currently ranked. Indiana Wesleyan receiving votes. 6 different teams received first place votes in the latest top 25 poll, which came out last Wednesday, so there will be one next Wednesday. And St. Francis hoping they can play well enough this week to move themselves past the receiving's vote category and into the top 25. In the air, Vigiano going back as this ball was well struck by Hoffman. It's going to go off the fence. Hoffman turns, heads for third, and she'll be in there safely with a leadoff triple. Hoffman 3 for 3 at the plate. And now back for Marian in the 2 spot, Delaney Rundle, who reached on an air and then grounded out third to first. She'll hit one to the left side of the infield. This one took a tough hop, and everyone is going to be safe. Run scores for Marian. Now 5-3. We'll wait to see on the official score on that if it was an error or a hit. (1-0) out to right, and Gomez is there. Makes the catch. One down here in the 5th. Now Maddie Hughes in the cleanup spot. 1 for 2 on the day. Singled in the 3rd. And again, Marian, the key and recipe for success today has been getting that leadoff runner aboard. They've gotten the leadoff runner on 3 times in the 5 innings, and those are the 3 runs that they have so far. One runs too far inside. Count it 2-1. Rundle aboard at first. Hughes to center. Vigiano's there again. 2 down. Been a busy day in the outfield for St. Francis. Really only seen 1, maybe 2 real mistakes defensively in the outfield. Been a pretty clean sheet since that first inning. First pitch strike to Allie Malone. 0 for 2. Struck out in the first. Flew out to center in the 3rd. This is lifted out towards right center field. Long run to go, and it's going to be cut off in the gap by Vigiano. Taking the turn around third and heading for home is Rundle. RBI double for Malone. And another run for Marian as they get it back to a 1-run game. So 5-4, second run of the inning for Marian as Wendt digs in. 1-0 count. Malone representing the tying run now, standing aboard at second base. Top of the 5th. Souter finds the zone, a strike. 1-1. Not a bad spot to live in if you are Souter. It is a ball, though. 2 balls and 1 strike. Doug Peterson, Molly Jacobson controlling what they want to do with balls and strikes and pitches for Souter. This one right back to her. She'll go to first, and that will stop the momentum for Marian, but the Knights do respond. 2 runs of their own here in the top of the 5th inning. It is a 5-4 St. Francis lead as we go to the bottom of the 5th.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Bottom of the fifth inning, it's 3, 4, and 5 in the batting order for St. Francis. Abby Robakowski leading things off. Robakowski, Schott, and Minnick batting against Lexi Smith for the first time today. She's back out in the circle for her second inning of work. And went off speed with that first pitch to Robakowski. It's a ball, 1-0. Robakowski 1 for 2 on the day. Schott 0 for 1. Minnick 1 for 1. It is a called strike to Robakowski to even things up in the count. 1 ball and 1 strike. Robakowski, 12 home runs, 35 runs driven in. Tied for third in the NAIA in home runs this season, as this one is fouled towards the St. Francis dugout. 1-2. Too far outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes on the 3-hole hitter for St. Francis. Cougars have stuck to at least the top 3 in the order all year long. It's been Baker, Iliff, Robakowski. Cougars have scored in each of the first 4 innings, 2 spot in the second. And Robakowski earns the walk. Leadoff batter on for St. Francis. That's Haley Schott coming to the plate. 10th walk drawn this season by Robakowski, and we're going to see a pinch runner for St. Francis. Bree Miller in to run at first. Again, brings up Haley Schott. St. Francis up by a run. Bottom of the 5th. In on the hands, and this one fouled off. 0-1 on Schott. Struck out swinging in the first. Cohen's best inning in her start. She had 2 Ks in that first inning, but did not have a strikeout after that. Smith with a couple of strikeouts in her first inning in relief. Schott went to bunt, missed on that attempt. It's 0-2. Miller aboard at first. 0-2 from Smith. Good take by Schott. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Schott continuing to battle at the plate with Miller aboard at first. You wonder if Miller may be on the move at all for St. Francis here. Schott just in front of it, shoots it foul. Third base side, still 1-2. Chance to reset for both Smith and Schott before this 1-2 pitch. Third time through the order for St. Francis offensively. 1-2, had to wait back on it, popped it up towards right field. Madare is in to make the catch. 1 down. One away for Maddie Minnick. Left fielder, sacrifice bunt in the third, but a solo home run in the second, which tied this game at 2 at the time. St. Francis took the lead. They have not relinquished the lead since the second. Outside corner, first pitch strike to Minnick, 0-1. Bree Miller aboard at first as the pinch runner for Robakowski, who drew a walk to start this 5th inning. Good take, count moves to 1-1 on Minnick. Macy Dowd hitting next. Be Courtney Serber after that for St. Francis. One away, bottom of the 5th. On the ground to third, knocked down by Hughes. Throw to first is in time. Just got the out at first. Good recovery for the second out. As Minnick hit one sharply at Hughes. Able to recover and get it across to Went. 2 down. Miller moves up to second. So again, base hit in this scenario. Should be able to score a run for St. Francis with Macy Dowd stepping in. Singled and scored in the second, flew out to right in the third. First pitch swinging, fouled it off, 0-1. Smith has allowed 3 total base runners here in her 2 innings of work. 1 run in the last inning. It's an error that helped that run score for the Cougars. That one popped out of the glove of Webb, 0-2. Miller at second. 0-2 count on Dowd. Bottom of the 5th. Too far outside, 1-2. Wind again, blowing steadily towards center field. Up in the zone, 2-2. And Dowd has done a nice job of battling herself back into this count, into this at-bat. Two. Battled off one that was in on the hands from Smith. Outside, Miller about 30 feet off the bag, maybe about halfway, just a tick less towards third base, held up. It is 3-2. Trying to get that big secondary lead to score on a base hit. Dowd has worked herself back into this AB. 3-2. On the ground, back up the middle. Smith will grab it, and she's able to go on to first to retire the side in the 5th. St. Francis kept off the scoreboard offensively for the first time in an inning today. Still lead, though, 5-4 as we go to the top of the 6th. SummitCitySports.com.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our camera. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Pitching change for St. Francis to start the top of the 6th inning. Ellie Souders' day has come to a close after 5 innings of work, 6 hits allowed, 4 runs, only 2 of which were earned. And it is Olivia Fuentes, the new pitcher for St. Francis. Freshman Fuentes, 8-1 record, making her 17th overall appearance, 11th in relief. 7, 8, and 9 in the batting order for Marian. Fuentes with 35 strikeouts to just 8 walks this season. Haley Webb, 7, 8, and 9 in the order for Marian. Webb, Means, and Piercy, your scheduled batters in the 6th. Healthy cut behind on the swing, 2-2. Webb a little bit late on it, fouled it off first base side. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Saw Fuentes go all 6 innings in yesterday's Game 2 win over Spring Arbor. Down low, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Technically throwing a complete game because the game ended in 6 innings, threw less than 100 pitches yesterday. Payoff. Lifted out towards left center field. This ball is going to land in front of the warning track, and it is a leadoff double for Haley Webb. And Marian with its 7th hit of the game. Leadoff batter is on for the Knights here in the 6th. And it looks like we will see either a change at the plate. They're going to leave Means up to bat, but pinch runner coming in. It is Jalen Phillips running in place of Webb. Robakowski is back in the game defensively for St. Francis after Miller pinch ran for her in the last inning. Score update, Taylor over Mount Vernon, 7-1 in the top of the 5th. Top of the 6th, Grace leads Goshen 4-0. And Indiana Wesleyan 3-2 over Spring Arbor in the top of the 6th. Bunt pushed down the third baseline. It's going to stay fair and result in a bunt single. It's just perfectly placed bunt down that third baseline for Means. It's first and second, nobody out, and that does put the force out in play over at third. Ella Piercy turning to bunt. This one is foul. 0-1. So Marian trailing by a run in the top of the 6th. 0-1 count on Ella Piercy, who is 0 for 1 today. Did walk in her first plate appearance, but again, facing Fuentes for the first time. Piercy bunt out in front of home plate. Fuentes to first. Get the out. 1 down here in the 6th. Runners advance into scoring position, 2nd and 3rd on the sac bunt. And now what's been the toughest out in the order for Marian, Abby Hoffman, 3 for 3 today. 2 singles, a triple, 2 runs scored. And sees a first pitch fastball for a strike, 0-1. Phillips at third, Means at second. It's down in the dirt, 1 ball and 1 strike. Hoffman makes solid contact and gets it into left field. 1 run will score, 2 runs will score, and Marian has taken the lead 6-5 on this 2 RBI single from Abby Hoffman. It is limited to just 1 base for Hoffman, but now 4 for 4 on the day. One down, 2 spot in the order, Delaney Rundle. Slap hit is lifted out towards left field, and the catch is made. 2 down. Minnick makes the grab out in left. Two down, Abby Madare. Ahead 1-0. Madare brought in a run in the first on a sac fly to right. Struck out looking in the third and then flew out to right field in the 5th. That one fouled off. 1 ball and 1 strike on Madare. St. Francis trailing for the first time since the top of the 2nd when it was 2-1. Fuentes now a strike away from getting through the 6th. Hoffman aboard at first, 2 down, top of the 6th. Number 11 Marian leading St. Francis 6-5. 1-2. Missed outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Head coach Scott Fleming for Marian, 23rd season. More than 800 wins. On the ground to short, Serber to first. Nice pick over there at first by Schott. And we head to the bottom of the 6th. But Marian with 2 more runs in the top half of the inning. And it's now the Knights with the lead, 6-5, going to the bottom of the 6th.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcasts. When the Homestead Girls Golf Team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories and setting the standard for how high school sports should be covered. Join us and donate today.
Bottom of the 6th inning, 6-5, Marian with a lead on St. Francis. At 7, 8, and 9 in the batting order for the Cougars as Courtney Serber leads things off. Serber, Gomez, Vigiano, your scheduled batters for St. Francis here in the 6th. Smith is back in the circle once again. This is her 3rd inning of relief, and she jumps out to an 0-1 count on Serber. Smith, 29 strikeouts, 17 walks coming in to play today. Little dribbler went off of Serber. Foul ball, 0-2. Get a chance to walk that off a little bit for Courtney Serber. 7, 8, and 9 in the order. So far, done a nice job of getting on base. Everybody in this 7, 8, and 9 spot has at least reached base once today in their 2 plate appearances. On the ground to third and just foul. Hughes with a nice snag down that third base line. 2 on Serber. Down in the zone, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Westendorf Field on a beautiful Wednesday afternoon. 1-2 pitch. Serber taking down low, 2-2. 1 home run this season for Courtney Serber. Hitting above 370 coming into today. 2-2. Serber takes, and she's gone from 0-2 to 3-2. Does look like Macy Cohen is back warming in the bullpen for Marian. Pitched the first 3 innings of this game. 3-2. Serber on the ground to third, and Hughes across the diamond to Wendt. 1 down. Joanna Gomez, 1 for 2. Singled in the second. Struck out in the fourth. Second look at Smith today. It's a ball on the first pitch to Gomez, 1-0. It is Vigiano in the on-deck circle. Gomez bounced it foul. Gomez with the take. 2 balls and 1 strike on Gomez. Smith does find the zone here. Swung through by Gomez. It's 2-2. Smith missed off the corner. Count run full on Gomez. And Vigiano is next. We'll see if there will be a runner on board for Vigiano. Little tapper right side of the infield, and Piercy to Wendt. It's a ground out for out number 2. Now Lena Vigiano. 2 down, nobody on. St. Francis here in the bottom of the 6th. Vigiano sacrifice bunt and a single today. This one's up and out of play. 1-1. Try to get you updated on the scores in the Crossroads League as well. When we come back for the start of the 7th. Count now 2-1. And Vigiano now ahead 3-1. Hear the wind picking up again. As time is called, Webb will head out to the mound. A brief meeting here with Smith before a 3-1 offering. One of those spots where you're trying to make sure you don't reach the top of the batting order if you're Marian. 2 out walks, 2 out singles. They just find a way to hurt you in the long game. Baker is on deck, hoping for a chance here in the 6th. Foul. Third base side. 3-2. St. Francis is a team hitting .300 on the year. Drawing a walk is Vigiano, and it's a runner at first with 2 down for the top of the order. And Sam Baker will see a pinch runner as well for St. Francis. So trying to create a little bit of magic on the base paths for the Cougars in this situation, and get a runner in Lillian Pierce at first. For Baker at the top of the order. First pitch is in for a strike, 0-1. Baker yet to reach base in this game. A couple of strikeouts and a pop out. Second at bat against Smith. Oh, 0-1 is down low. 1 ball and 1 strike. 2-spot Peyton Iliff, who has put a charge into a couple of different softballs today. 2 home runs for Iliff, hoping she gets a chance in the 6th. Smith, 1-1. Baker taking low. 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 runs in the 5th, 2 more in the 6th for Marian to regain the lead. Baker, 2-1, back towards the circle. Smith grabs it, gets it to first, and we head to the top of the 7th. Marian with a 6-5 lead. Knights are coming to the plate, the 4th spot in the order when we return to Westendorf Field. 6-5 on the scoreboard in favor of Marian.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
University of St. Francis Cougars here at Westendorf Field. Game 1 of the doubleheader against number 11 Marian. The Knights holding on to a 6-5 lead. The top of the 7th. Looking for some insurance runs are Marian. Hughes, Malone, and Wendt, 4, 5, and 6. Batting against Fuentes for the first time today. Hughes 1 for 3 against Souter today. Malone was 1 for 3 as well, as was Wendt. There's a called strike, 1-1 on Matty Hughes. Singled in the 3rd. Low in the zone, 2 balls and 1 strike. Score update, Spring Arbor now leading Indiana Wesleyan 4-3 in the top of the 7th. Grace leads Goshen 6-0 in the top of the 7th there. Bottom of the 5th at Mount Vernon, 7-3. Taylor leading the Cougars. Inside corner got the strike, and it's now 3-2. Payoff pitch. Hughes on the ground to short. Serber not in time, over to first. And Maddie Hughes, the single. Time called, and we're going to see a pinch runner, it looks like, over at first for Hughes. Marian's got some size on their team. As the runner is Carly Anderson. Anderson out of Avon. Majority of this roster for Marian not only hails from Indiana, but hails from the Indianapolis area. Time called. 1-0 count. Clean up home plate before this next pitch to Malone. RBI double in the 5th for Allie Malone. Bunt. Missed it. 1-1. Marian leading 6-5, 14-6 in the Crossroads League for the Knights. Another bunt laid down, third baseline this time. Robakowski gets it over to first. Runner moves up to third. St. Francis does record the out on the sacrifice bunt. Anderson over to third. One down for Lily Wendt. Big potential insurance run for Marian here in the 7th. We saw St. Francis do this in the bottom of the 6th yesterday against Spring Arbor in the first game. Tack on an insurance run. They didn't end up needing it, but always good to have it as mound visit coming for the Cougars. A 1-0 count. This at bat against Wendt. Went up here. It'll be Webb due up next. It's Olivia Fuentes. Get that mound visit for Coach Jacobson and discuss what they want Fuentes to do here in this situation in a 1-0 count and trying to make sure if there's a ball hit sharply on the infield and you got to play at home, maybe that's the play to make with Anderson running at third. 1-0 on a line to short. Serber over to first, and just like that, right on cue. It's what we just said. Sharp hit ground ball. Serber takes the peak at third. Nowhere for Anderson to go. There are two down. Now Haley Webb with two away. Some more size for Marian in the catcher Webb. Swings through the first pitch, 0-1. Webb 1 for 3, doubled and scored in the last inning. Huge insurance run standing there at third. Off speed, pulled the string there for Fuentes. It's 0-2. Two down, top of the 7th. Fuentes 0-2 pitch. Just up in the zone, 1 ball and 2 strikes. It's been a really good first game between these two teams. Back and forth we've gone. Slight advantage at the moment for Marian here in the 7th. Trying to keep it at just a slight advantage. 2-2. Fouled off towards the dugout. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fuentes rocks, fires, and gets the strikeout. Back into the glove. Iliff squeezes it for the final out of the top half of the 7th. It is just a 1-run deficit for St. Francis as they come to bat 2, 3, and 4 in the batting order when we return to Westendorf Field.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcasts. When the Homestead Girls Golf Team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories and setting the standard for how high school sports should be covered. Join us and donate today.
6-5. Number 11, Marian leads St. Francis as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Cougars are coming to bat 2, 3, and 4 in the batting order for St. Francis, right where you want to be if you're the Cougars in this situation, especially today. Peyton Iliff, 2 home runs on the day, 2 for 3 at the plate. Robakowski is 1 for 2 with a walk. You got Haley Schott in the 4 spot, who we saw hit that walk-off mercy rule home run in yesterday's Game 2 winner over Spring Arbor. Lexi Smith, 4th inning in relief, and misses low with a first pitch ball to Peyton Iliff, 1-0. Iliff has done a great job at the plate today, waiting for her pitch, wanting to see the one that she wants to hit and being extremely choosy otherwise. And again there, 2-0. Nobody loosening for Marian in their bullpen. It is all on Lexi Smith here to try and get the win. 3-0 to Iliff. Smith missing below the zone on that offering. Abby Robakowski is in the on-deck circle. 3-0. Iliff takes a strike near the knees, 3-1. One is in the zone, so Smith bouncing back from 3-0 to now 3-2. Nobody down, bottom of the 7th, 6-5, St. Francis trailing. Iliff draws the walk, ball 4, and the leadoff runner is on. The game's winning run comes to the plate in the form of Abby Robakowski. See Iliff aboard at first. They're all right with her speed to stay on the base paths. So Robakowski stands in. Takes a first pitch strike, 0-1. She is 1 home run shy of 30 for her St. Francis career. Well driven into left field, going to land on a hop in front of Rundle. Single for Robakowski. Iliff moves to second. First and second, nobody out for St. Francis. The game's winning run now aboard at first. Seen Marian go 2 extra inning games, and they played 10 innings earlier this year against Huntington. Turned to bunt, pulled back by Schott. It is ball 1. Played that 10-inning game with Huntington on Friday. That first game of the doubleheader was actually a 10-inning game, 7-5. Marian got the win. Turn to bunt. It is Iliff is the runner aboard at second. Roebuck, one from Smith, shot, looked to bunt. Iliff is the runner aboard at second. Robakowski at first is the winning run for St. Francis. Game's tying run at second base. 1-1 from Smith. Shot. Looked to bunt again. Pulled it back again. Count 2-1. Maddie Minnick in the on-deck circle. Corner infielders drawn in for Marian. 2-1. Shot. Fouled it off on the bunt attempt. It's now 2-2. Iliff aboard at second. Robakowski at first. Nobody down. Bottom of the seventh. Iliff takes a peek at the outfielders to see where they're at. Smith, 2-2. Shot, fouls it off, stays alive, goes first base side. A big, big first game of this doubleheader. 2-2. Back up the middle. Smith will go to third, and just in time to cut down the lead runner in Iliff. There is one away. Robakowski to second. Shot aboard at first off the fielder's choice. One down for Maddie Minnick. Game's tying run still at second. First pitch to Minnick is up in the zone, ball one. There is a righty starting to loosen for Marian. Again, I don't know that you make any changes if this game stays at 6-5. If we get 6-6, then you may see the Knights go to a different arm. That's up and throwing now, Katie Lackman. 1-1 on Minnick. It takes a called strike now, 1-2. First and second, one down. Macy Dowd would be next. Minnick swings through it, first base occupied. That is strike three. Two down in the seventh. Macy Dowd with St. Francis down to its final out here in the seventh. Robakowski at second is the tying run. Shot at first is the winning run. Marian trying to keep it 6-5 and get the win in this first game. Dowd takes a first pitch, strike 0-1. A single in the second for Dowd, flew out to right field in the third, grounded back to the pitcher in the fifth. 1 for 3 on the day. Courtney Serber in the on-deck circle, hoping she gets a chance. Smith with the 0-1. And that one just missed the zone, or evened up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Smith gave up that 1 run in the fourth, but that's been it here in relief. Fastball missing, 2-1 on Dowd. Shot at first, Robakowski occupying second. 6-5, Marian in the bottom of the seventh. 2 away. Dowd into center field. Should score Robakowski. She takes the turn, heading for home. She is in, shot into third base. We are tied at 6. Macy Dowd delivers the game-tying RBI. And shot, now 60 feet from scoring, is aboard over at third. It'll be Courtney Serber to try and win it for St. Francis. And we've got a pinch runner coming in for the Cougars. Howdeshell is going to run at first, and you understand some of the thinking here is, hey, if we can draw a throw towards second base and Howdeshell can get caught up in a rundown, maybe we've got enough speed over at third with Schott to potentially score. A lot of things going through right now, but Macy Dowd first and foremost with the RBI that ties this game up at 6. First run for St. Francis since the 4th inning. 6 runs on 9 hits, and the game's winning run aboard at third for St. Francis here in the bottom of the 7th to win it. If it's not Serber, would be Gomez after that. Should Serber reach base and it not be Cougars. 6 runs on 10 hits for Marian, and the game's winning run aboard at third for St. Francis here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Courtney Serber, a chance to win it. If it's not Serber, would be Gomez after that. Should Serber reach base and it not be a hit. I mean, the only way that Serber reaches base more than likely, you got catcher's interference and everything else. But if she draws a walk here, then we'd see Gomez. Any other result, probably going to end this game or send it to extras. First pitch, ball up in the zone to Serber, 1-0. Howdeshell running at first. Schott over at third. It's now 2-0 on Serber. Joanna Gomez waiting next. Serber takes ball 3. Second base unoccupied right now, so a walk is not the end of the world for Smith. However, it would put us in a win-or-go-home situation. Strike to Serber, 3-1. First and third, 2 down. Game-winning run, 60 feet away. 3-1 to Serber. Is in for a strike. Howdeshell is going to stroll into second base. Now second and third. 3-2 on Serber. Serber fouls it off to stay alive as Webb couldn't glove it. Still 3-2. Serber on the ground, left side of the infield, going to be a tough play. Throw to first, though, is in time. Malone over to Went, and we are heading to extra innings. St. Francis does tie it, but they cannot get the winning run. Extras just around the corner. SummitCitySports.com.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcasts. When the Homestead Girls Golf Team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories.
Top of the 8th inning, 8-9-1 in the batting order for Marian as we are headed to extras. Means, Piercy, then back to the top of the order for the Knights here in the 8th. Line drive right back at Fuentes. She makes the grab. 1 down. Coming right back her way there, and Fuentes, nice little PFP. First pitch strike to Piercy, 0-1. Officially have hit the 2-hour mark in this game. We started at 2:55. Off speed, Fuentes finds the zone again, 0-2. 6-6, top of the 8th. Popped up on the infield, Serber coming in. She'll make the catch, 2 down. And now the top of the order, Abby Hoffman, who has not recorded an out so far. 4 for 4 at the plate today. First pitch strike from Fuentes, 0-1. Hoffman, Rundle would follow if she can reach base. In the air to left, it is right at Minnick. She's got it, and it is a quick top half of the 8th inning for St. Francis defensively. Cougars with a chance to win it. Just need 1 run in the bottom of the 8th when we come back to West Indoor Field.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our camera. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
The athletes has always been here, and they're getting better. I'm watching, Summit City Sports, man, they're doing an awesome job. And, that's a plug. Them dudes are doing an outstanding job. And I'm able to be in Nashville and watch games on YouTube that they're broadcasting, and I'm seeing the talent. And it is just truly outstanding. And, you guys have seen the talent that's in the NFL now from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the talent that's coming up now, and the talent that, is just here, man. It's really cool.
Bottom of the 8th inning, 6-6. Marian and St. Francis tied. 8-9-1 in the order for St. Francis. Gomez is going to lead things off for the Cougars. One ball and 1 strike. Nobody down, bottom of the 8th inning. Gomez, Vigiano, Baker at the top of the order. 2-1. Right-hander Smith into Gomez. She fouls it straight back now. 2-2. Extra innings for St. Francis and Marian. Gomez floating this one into center field, and Hoffman underneath it for the catch. There's one down in the bottom of the 8th inning. Taylor leading Mount Vernon Nazarene 9-4 in the bottom of the 7th. Grace defeats Goshen in game 1, 6-0. And Indiana Wesleyan wins in 8 innings over Spring Arbor, 5-4. It's a first pitch strike to Vigiano, 0-1. Little dribbler is foul on this third base line, now 0-2. Top of the batting order lurking for St. Francis after this. Sam Baker would hit for the Cougars. Vigiano on the ground, left side. This is gloved and thrown across the diamond. Hughes to Wendt. 2 down. Brings up Sam Baker. Baker 0 for 4 on the day, trying to get on, keep the line moving for Peyton Iliff, who would hit next. And the first pitch misses to Baker, ball 1. Smith now in her 5th inning of work. Here in relief, she's given up 2 runs. Over 4 2/3. Baker lays off one that ran too far inside, ball 2. Wind is blowing out towards center field and picking up a little bit before this 2-0 offering from Smith to Baker. It is a strike. 2-1. Bottom of the 8th, 2 down. We are tied at 6. And it's now 2-2 on Baker. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bottom of the 8th. Nobody on for St. Francis. Count is now full on Baker. Smith, 3-2. Chopper, left side of the infield, and just by a half a step, they get Baker over at first. We head to the 9th. Still tied up at 6 here in this game between Marian and St. Francis. SummitCitySports.com.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Top of the 9th inning. Extra inning number 2 between Marian and St. Francis. Olivia Fuentes continuing to work in relief for the Cougars. Fuentes now starting her 4th inning of relief. First pitch ball to Delaney Rundle. 2, 3, and 4 the batting order for Marian here in the 9th. Rundle turned to bunt, pulled it back. It is a strike. 1-1. Reached on a couple of errors. Did score in the 5th. 9 consecutive wins for St. Francis coming in to this game. That win streak on the line, of course, as is the 2-game win streak for Marian currently. But positioning in the Crossroads League, the bigger story. Indiana Wesleyan winning its first game. This one floated out towards short, and Courtney Serber makes a spectacular catch. 1 away. One down for Abby Madere. Indiana Wesleyan beating Spring Arbor. They're now 18-3 in the Crossroads League and have won 10 consecutive games. Spring Arbor so close, but they dropped their 6th consecutive game, and they're now below 500 in the conference. Madere fouls it up out of play, 1-1. The The battle for second and third is really what's at stake here today. St. Francis is trying to keep pace with Indiana Wesleyan. Marian is trying to get back into the conversation by beating St. Francis here today. 1-2 count on Madère. Hughes will hit next. 1-2. In the air to right field. This is hit pretty well by Madère. It's going to get over Gomez's head in right. Madère turning around second, heading for third. Baker's throw just a little bit late. And it is a one-out triple for Abby Madère. And puts a runner 60 feet from scoring over at third base for Marian. And a chance that the Knights could take the lead here in the ninth. Maddie Hughes, 2 for 4 at the dish today. Singled in her first and only plate appearance so far against Fuentes today. One out. And just missing 2 balls and no strikes. Hughes with a go-ahead run over at third. Out of play, 2-1. Strike called, 2-2. Big pitch upcoming here between Fuentes and Hughes. Fuentes did pick up a strikeout in the 7th. She's looking for what could be a big one here. Instead, it's a hit through the left side. Marian regains the lead on an RBI single from Maddie Hughes. And it's now 7-6 in favor of the Knights. And now Allie Malone steps in. Potential bunt situation for Marian. Malone turned, pulled it back. It is a ball, 1-0. Fuentes 1-0. Missed, falls behind 2 balls and no strikes on Malone. Sacrifice bunt her last time up. Did not result in a run in the 7th. Nothing here. This time is called. And Iliff going out to talk with her pitcher Fuentes, and it'll be a longer mound meeting here for the Cougars. They'll try to take advantage of every second they can here and get Fuentes back in a confident place before this 3-0 pitch to Malone. Lily Wendt is waiting in the on-deck circle for Marian. A run here in the 9th off of 2 hits, triple from Madère, and then the RBI single from Hughes. Malone here, Wendt would be after that, and then Webb would follow. 7 runs on 12 hits, 1 error for Marian. They've left 7 runners on base today. On the other side, St. Francis, 6 runs on 9 hits, 2 errors committed defensively. And the walk is issued by Fuentes. Gets a restart in at bat here, but runners at first and second for Marian. And Lily Wendt 1 for 4 on the day. First and second, one down. Marian has regained the lead here in extras in the top of the ninth. First pitch strike, 0-1. One and one count. First and second, one away. 7-6, Marian with the lead on St. Francis. Up in the zone, 2-1. Catcher Haley Webb next. Really crucial. The Cougars try to keep this at just one. Lifted out towards center field. Vigiano back underneath it. Makes the catch. She'll load and fire to third, and nobody going to advance as Hughes has to stay put at second. 2 down. And it brings Haley Webb to the plate, and Fuentes gets a big second out there for St. Francis. Marian with a run on the board here in the ninth inning. Extra inning number 2. But if St. Francis can keep it to just that, they do have 2, 3, and 4 in the batting order coming up in the bottom half of this inning. First pitch strike to Webb, 0-1. Back here tomorrow at 3 and 5 for 2 games against Goshen. And then again Saturday for 2 more. On the ground, foul, third base side, 0-2. And then again on Monday, 2 games against Bethel. Marian will be at Spring Arbor on Saturday, and then they'll face Goshen on the road on Sunday. 0-2. In on the hands, fouled back. Webb staying alive. The wind picking up. 0-2. Ooh, just missed there for Fuentes. Was hoping to get strike 3 and get through the inning. Two down. 1-2. On a line to short, Serber makes the catch. And it's just 1 run for Marian in the top of the ninth. Could be last bats for St. Francis. We'll see if they can find some offense when we return. SummitCitySports.com.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Bottom of the ninth, 7-6. St. Francis trailing Marian. Doubleheader softball in the NAIA and in the Crossroads League today. This is game number 1. We have gone back and forth throughout the course of this game. A run in the first, a run in the second, 2 in the fifth, 2 in the sixth, then 1 in the ninth for Marian. A run in the first, 2 in the second, 1 in the third, and in the fourth, and then 1 in the seventh for St. Francis, totaling up to 6. 6 runs on 9 hits for the Cougars, 7 runs on 12 hits for Marian. 2, 3, and 4 in the batting order for St. Francis. In the bottom of the ninth inning, down to potentially their last bats. We saw this in the 7th inning. In a leadoff spot, Payne Iliff found a way to get on base and then eventually scored. St. Francis scored the tying run. It was Robakowski who was responsible for the run. That sent us into extra innings. Smith misses low on a first pitch to Iliff, 1-0. Bottom of the ninth inning, extra inning number 2. Iliff takes a strike count at 1-1. Iliff taking low, 2 balls and 1 strike. Seven to 6 lead for Marian. Down in the zone, 3-1. In this game, Marian has not held the lead after the bottom half of any inning, except for going into the 7th. That was the only time that they've truly led in this game. Been tied a couple of different times going into next innings, but really St. Francis has been the one leading in this game and in control. Marian having to battle back late with 2 runs in the 5th and 2 in the 6th. 3-2 to Iliff. Ball 4. Leadoff walk for Iliff. And it brings up Abby Robakowski, who has reached base each of the last 3 times she's been up. Runner at first, nobody out. Extra innings. And we're in the bottom of the 9th. Iliff at first. First pitch swinging, Robakowski into right center field. This one is going to roll, be cut off by the center fielder Hoffman. Robakowski with a double. And runners at second and third for St. Francis with nobody out. Tying run at third, winning run at second. Haley shot to the dish. Throw the ball across the diamond. They'll give first base away and try to come home potentially on a force out. Maddie Minnick with the bases loaded, nobody down here in the 9th. First pitch fastball, top of the zone, called strike 0-1. Minnick takes that one just off the plate. 1-1 is the count. Iliff over at third. Robakowski at second. Shot at first. Nobody down. Bottom of the 9th. Game 1. Smith 1-1 and got the swing from Minnick to make it 1-2. Solo home run in the 2nd inning, sacrifice bunt in the 3rd, a ground out and a strikeout in her 2 at-bats today against Lexi Smith. Was pretty much tossed a full game in relief. 1-2 stayed above the letters, 2 balls and 2 strikes to Minnick. Crossroads League softball, game 19 for St. Francis, game 21 for Marian. 2-2, Minnick, a little half swing, floats it foul down the first base side. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Senior trying to show up in a big moment here for St. Francis. Smith. 2-2, had to wait back on it. This one took a hop. They'll go to third to get the out. Run does score. Tied up at 7 off the fielder's choice RBI there for Minnick. They get Robakowski at third for out number 1, but Schott moves up to second, and she is in scoring position to potentially win this game. Macy Dowd coming to the plate, and maybe we will see a pinch runner in this situation. Oh, no pinch runner. Maybe forgot to put Dowd back into the game in the designated player position. One away. Dowd takes a first pitch ball. 1-0. We are tied again. 7-7. Bottom of the ninth. (2-0) now on Dowd. Game's winning run aboard at second. Haley shot. Minnick at first. Serber in the on-deck circle. And it's 3-0 on Macy Dowd. And you may think about taking 2 pitches here if you're St. Francis, because the ability to load the bases and put that extra game pressure on could be huge. 3-0 count on Dowd. We'll see what she gets. Nothing. Ball 4. And a 4-pitch walk issued to Dowd. Loads the bases for St. Francis. Brings up Courtney Serber with a game on the line. No pitching change for Marian. They will stick with Smith to try and get things done here in the ninth. Worst case scenario for St. Francis. This game heads to the 10th. Serber. First pitch taken for a strike, but in a spot where 4 straight balls to Dowd, you may as well see one. Make sure that Smith still got her touch. She does. Finds the zone. 0-1 count. Serber on the ground, back up the middle. Play at the plate. Just in time to get shot. 2 down. Was bang bang at home, and they say that they did get shot here on the throw to home plate. 2 away. It'll bring up Gurmez as they almost walked it off. Really nice play at short to keep things alive for Marian. Joanna Gurmez. First pitch swinging. It is a fair ball into left field. St. Francis is going to walk it off in game 1. Cougars win their 10th consecutive game, and Joanna Gurmez delivers the game-winning RBI single as Minnick scores from third, and 8-7 is your final score. St. Francis with the win in game 1. We'll catch up with Coach Bolin after this extended break. SummitCitySports.com.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our camera. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
The athletes has always been here, and they're getting better. I'm watching, Summit City Sports, man, they're doing an awesome job. And, that's a plug. Them dudes are doing an outstanding job. And I'm able to be in Nashville and watch games on YouTube that they're broadcasting, and I'm seeing the talent. And it is just truly outstanding. And, you guys have seen the talent that's in the NFL now from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the talent that's coming up now, and the talent that, is just here, man. It's really cool.
Developed for athletes of all sports, PSM's Edge training program is a personalized, high-intensity experience designed to help you outperform the competition. Whether you're looking to enhance your speed, strength, power, agility, or overall fitness, our expert training staff will build a program that adapts to your schedule while maximizing your overall performance. Now accepting athletes 12 years old and up. Get started today. Schedule your free evaluation at psmsports.com/edge.
8-7 is your final score of Game 1, St. Francis over Marian, in a game that goes into extra innings. Coach Bolin joins us now, and Coach, a lot of grit, a lot of resilience from your team to be able to get the win there in the first game. How did you guys get it done?
I'm still trying to figure it out. Once again, like you said, the grit. I think the grit of the kids, man, just really It's a grind. It's understanding. You got to believe in what our process is here and what we're doing and what we're trying to do, no matter who you're playing. And our post game right there was, we have to get back to understand. We got to breathe. We got to get our heart rate back down, because we have to play game 2 and you have to perform in game 2, even though you just played 9 innings, right? Mm-hmm. So we're gonna play a little bit more than we wanted to today. Joe. How about Joe? I mean, Joe. This kid, I'm going to talk a little bit about her without getting super emotional, but, she's a sophomore. She's really put the time in. She's really worked at it. She asked me at the end of the year, where do I fit in? And that's a hard question to answer sometimes. Like, you recruit a kid, you're a second baseman, this, blah, 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 and we stick her in the outfield, and her bat has come through in some big moments for us. So that kid worked and deserved that, and that's probably been the biggest part for me, is the time these kids have put in and then getting the reward part of it. I'm super proud of that kid right now.
In the 9th inning, you guys are down a run, and we saw it in the 7th inning too, and same spot in the order, Iliff, Robakowski, they get things started. What did those two just mean to this group as a whole?
Well, once again, trying not to stay too emotional with that.
Right.
But, number 5, my catcher, she's like a kid in our family, and so she does everything I ask her to do, period. She doesn't ask questions. When it comes to that, she'll ask questions about how to do it right, but she doesn't ask questions on why I want it done. And it's the same thing with Robo. I mean, we get to that part of the lineup, the unselfish part of taking the walk instead of taking the big swing, and then getting the hit, and then just going through that lineup and still really working at it. And so Peyton's pretty close, if they always say you shouldn't have favorites. Unfortunately, I do a little bit with that one, just because we connect. We grew up in the same area. She's a region rat like me, and we think a lot alike, and I'm really hard on my catchers. So her and I just hit it off when it comes to that. And for her to be on base all day, 2 home runs I think she hit today, a couple walks and big walks. So, it's been good.
All right, Coach. I know we got a quick turnaround here, so we'll let you go.
Thanks,
and hope to talk to you after game 2.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Thanks to Coach Bullen for joining us here to wrap up game number 1. 8-7 is your final score. St. Francis victorious in the first game over Marian. We're going to take a quick break, step aside, and we'll keep it right here on this final score graphic. We'll come back with game 2 here shortly. It'll be a little bit quicker turnaround, as Coach just mentioned, as we get into this second game today. But the win streak is alive still for St. Francis. Make it 10 in a row for the Cougars, who are now 20-7 on the year and 16-3 in the Crossroads League. We'll take a break, come back, and get you ready for game 2.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
We're back here at Westendorf Field for game number 2 of this doubleheader between number 11 Marian and the University of St. Francis. Let's check out your batting order for Marian in game number 2. Abby Hoffman in the leadoff spot once again, followed by Delaney Rundle and Abby Madare. Maddie Hughes 4th, Allie Malone 5th, Lily Went 6th, Haley Webb 7th. Mallory Butel is the only replacement in the lineup. She'll hit in the 8th spot and play third base, with Ella Piercy batting 9th and playing 2nd. Defensively for St. Francis in Game 2, same outfield as Game 1. Minnick, Vigiano, and Gomez, with Robakowski at 3rd. Howdeshells at short in place of Serber in Game 2. Baker again at 2nd. Macy Dowd is over at first base in this second game defensively. Iliff behind the plate once again, catching Haley Schott, who gets the start in our second game today. Schott with a 1-2 overall record, but an earned run average below 3 on the season. A whip of 1.15 this year. She's been pretty good. 13th appearance. This is her second start. And we're underway. Game number 2 begins. 5:52 is your first pitch time. And we are enjoying a beautiful evening here in Fort Wayne. 63 degrees. And Schott is ahead 0-2 in the count. Feels like 53 under mostly sunny skies here in Fort Wayne. Schott now at 1-2. Hoffman just could not get her out in Game 1. Robakowski over to Dowd, and the ground out results in out number 1. Header. Reminder, St. Francis fans, the Goshen doubleheader that was scheduled for last week got rained out and then got pushed to Friday, is now being played tomorrow. 2 games at 3 and 5. Bunt attempt goes foul. Also, the 2 games on Saturday against Grace will be at 1. Delaney Rundle in their lineup from Game 1 to Game 2. This really the only change. Good miss from Schott. 1-2 count. Second Leo High School graduate that's been in the circle today. Down in the zone, 2-2. Madare next. Hughes follows. At the top of the first inning. 2-2. And Schott gets the strikeout. 2 down in the top of the first on the first K for Haley Schott. Schott with 14 strikeouts now compared to 7 walks on the year. Right-handed hitting Madare out in front of that first pitch from Schott, 0-1. Low and inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. .552 our start time here for Game 2, and we'll try to get you caught up with what else has happened in the Crossroads League as well. That shot is just a strike away from getting through the top half of the first. Missed here, count evens up, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Taylor did defeat Mount Vernon 9-4 in the first game of that doubleheader. Grace over Goshen 6-0, and then Indiana Wesleyan came back and won in 8 innings, 5-4 against Spring Arbor. Second games are underway at those 3 locations. 3-2. Rolled on the ground, right side of the infield, and nobody over at first base as Dowd went to get it. It'll be an infield single for Marian, and a 2-out infield hit for Madare. Runner at first, and 2 down for the 4-hole hitter. The cleanup hitter is Maddie Hughes, catching in the second game. Bottom of the third, Goshen 5, Grace 1. Bottom of the second, scoreless between Taylor and Mount Vernon Nazarene. And Spring Arbor again in front of Indiana Wesleyan. It is 4-1, Spring Arbor in the top of the second. Hughes takes, called strike. Count evens up at 1-1. Elena Tessner gets the start on the other side for Marian. We'll introduce you to her in a couple of minutes, as this one got through on the left side against Howdeshell. So an error defensively and a hit here in this inning for Marian. Runners at first and second, 2 down for the 5 spot in the order, Allie Malone. 1-0 count on Malone, the shortstop. 16 runs driven in coming into today. Downstairs, 3 balls and no strikes now on Malone. Shot does find the zone on 3-0 to make it 3-1. Two down, top of the first. And ball 4 issued. Loads the bases for Marian. 2 down here in the first. Lily went to the plate. Senior out of Bishop Chatard. First pitch misses low, ball 1. 1-0 is low, 2 balls and no strikes. So Schott just trying to find her stuff here in the first inning for St. Francis. Does find the zone on the 2-0 pitch here to make it 2-1. Chopper, left side of the infield, Robakowski to first, but it's offline on that throw to first base. 2 runs are going to score for Marian. And need a reset here for St. Francis. That is the second error of the inning and allows 2 runs to come in. Runners at the corners. 2 down for Haley Webb, and it's turned into a long first inning for Haley Schott, who has been pretty good, all things considered, in the circle here in this first inning. Pitch count is up, though, with the defensive mistakes. 0-1, off speed, stayed in the zone, now 0-2. Webb out in front of it, foul, third base side. Schott gets the strikeout to end the threat in the top of the first, but St. Francis with some work to do in the bottom half of the first inning as the defense was not friendly to shot in the field. We head to the bottom of the first. Your score, Marian 2, St. Francis nothing. SummitCitySports.com.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Two to nothing, Marian leading St. Francis. Bottom of the first inning, we're back at Westendorf Field. Game 2 of the doubleheader between the Cougars and the Knights. St. Francis winning in walk-off fashion in 9 innings in Game 1. Let's meet the batting order for St. Francis. Not a lot of change in the order. In fact, there is no change in the order. Position changes defensively. But Baker, Iliff, Robakowski, followed by Schott, Minnick, and Dowd, Serber, and Vigiano. Rundle, Hoffman, and Madare in the outfield from left to right. Butel over at third, Malone at short, Piercy at second, with Went at Hughes is behind the plate. Catching the right-hander, Elena Tessner, 8-3 overall record, 3.74 ERA. Has given up a few walks this year, 23 walks to 27 strikeouts. Baker in the leadoff spot. Taking outside, count evens up to 1-1. Baker did not reach base in the first game of this doubleheader. Haven't had a chance to see her speed on display against the Marian defense. 1-1. Baker fouls it back, 1-2, and you can already tell, and Coach Bolin talked about at the end of Game 1, the fact that, you know, that's a very emotional win to come off of in the first game. Trying to meet Marian year in and year out. They usually are the cream of the crop, along with Indiana Wesleyan here in the Crossroads League. So as Baker goes down, swinging for out number 1. First game, easier said than done. And now St. Francis finds themselves to contest. Peyton Iliff back to hit. She has reached base 4 different times. Turning the page after that win in the first game. Easier said than done. Now St. Francis finds themselves down by 2 runs to begin this second contest. Peyton Iliff back to hit. She has reached base 4 different times today in her 5 plate appearances. 2 home runs, 2 walks in that first game. Called strike evens things up at 1-1. Pitching staff for Marian, 3.4 earned run average, 67 walks, 100 strikeouts coming into today. You remember from Game 1, Marian scored early, and then St. Francis had the response, and that was continuously the story throughout the first game, was St. Francis finding ways to respond. It's 3-1 on Iliff, who has had a great eye at the plate today. Tessner misses, and Iliff draws her 3rd walk of the day. She has been one of the toughest outs in the lineup for St. Francis here on this Wednesday evening. Abby Robakowski up to bat with 1 on and 1 down. First pitch called a strike, 0-1. Robakowski, Marian. Robakowski fouls this one off, and it's now 0-2. Iliff aboard at first, 1 down, bottom of the first, 2-0 Marian leading St. Francis. Robakowski fouls it back. 0-2 above the letters, 1 ball and 2 strikes. That's up high again. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Robakowski. Fouled back into the glove, and Hughes is able to hang on to it for out number 2. So 2-0. Marian, 2 down in the bottom of the first, and that'll bring Haley Schott up to bat, and Schott trying to help her own cause here in the first inning. First pitch is down low, ball 1. So Iliff aboard at first. 2 down, bottom of the first. Up in the zone, 2-0. They check the swing. Shot did not go. Iliff is on the move. Throw down to second, not in time. Iliff swipes second base. 2-1 on Shot. Stolen bag for the catcher, Peyton Iliff. Up in the zone, 3 balls and 1 strike now on Shot. Shot taking and draws the second walk of the first inning for St. Francis. So a couple of base runners on via the walk. Just talked how Tessner is 25 walks now, 27 strikeouts on the year. It's been one of the minimal problems that Marian has had in the circle with some walks. First pitch low to Maddie Minnick, 1-0. So Shot at first, Iliff at second, 2 down, bottom of the first inning, second game of the doubleheader. Minnick holds off, and she's ahead now, 2-0. That's up high to Minnick, 3 balls and no strikes. And time called before this upcoming 3-0 pitch to Minnick, as St. Francis doing what they did in the first game, just trying to battle back and take it 1 pitch, 1 at bat at a time, and resulting in some opportunities here already in the first inning for the Cougars offensively. Three 3-0 count on Minnick. Iliff at second, Shot at first. 2-0 Marian in the bottom of the first inning. And that is in the zone to make it 3-1. Tessner battling back. Count is full, 3-2 on Minnick. Runners will be on the move for St. Francis. 3-2 pitch. In towards right field, foul territory, and Madera unable to make the catch. It'll be extra life for Minnick at the plate. And again, runners will be on the move with this 3-2 pitch. Three-two. Again, fouled off by Minnick. She'll stay alive. Some extra steps for both Iliff and Schott. 3-2 on the ground, left side of the infield. This is gloved by Butel, and she'll take it to the bag herself to end the bottom half of the first inning. To the top of the second, it is 2-0. Marian leading St. Francis. SummitCitySports.com.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Two to nothing. Number 11 Marian with the lead on St. Francis here in our second game of the doubleheader today in Fort Wayne at Westendorf Field. Jared Matheny, glad that you are with us on the call here for SummitCitySports.com and live on the St. Francis Athletics YouTube channel. Cougars took the first game in 9 innings, 8-7. Joanna Gomez delivering the game-winning RBI for St. Francis, while Marian has come out and scored 2 runs, capitalizing on a couple of defensive errors by St. Francis in the first inning. It is 8-9-1 in the batting order to begin the top of the second. Mallory Butel with her first plate appearance today. Two balls and no strikes. Butel, Piercy, and then back to the top of the order. It's now 3-0. And Butel draws the 4-pitch walk. And that's how things start for Marian in the top of the second. Nine spot in the order, Ella Piercy. And their shot finds the zone. Piercy looking down the third base line. Potential bunt situation for Marian. Turned to bunt, pulled it back, 1-1. See Robakowski charging in from third. Off speed, and this is bunted foul. Now 1-2. And the strikeout for Schott. Already her third strikeout here in the second inning. There's one away in the second. Back to the top of the batting order with Abby Hoffman for the Knights. Hoffman turned to bunt. It is a strike 0-1. 28th game of the season for St. Francis. Game number 31 for Marian. That check swing, Hoffman was out in front of it again. Runner will move up to second, but it is 0-2. Hoffman a little bit off balance here against Haley Schott. Saw both Sounder and Fuentes well, but a little bit late here, foul down the first base side. Oh, 0-2 on the leadoff hitter for Marian. Butel is aboard at second. Hoffman, little chopper to third. Robakowski goes to first. They get the out. Butel will move up to third with the throw. There are 2 down. Two spot in the order, Delaney Rundle with a runner at third and 2 down. Slapped up and away. Foul down the left field line. 0-1. Two more games between these teams to round out the regular season on April 25th. These games will be played in Indy. And then Marian will turn around and head here to Fort Wayne for the Crossroads League postseason tournament. 1-2 now in the count. This one just downstairs, laid off by Rundle. She did strike out swinging in the last inning. Shot with 3 strikeouts through the first 2. Chopper, left side of the infield. Howdeshell to first. It is in time over at first. And that ends the top of the second inning. Bang, bang play at first base, but St. Francis does get the out. And we head to the bottom of the second. Cougars coming to bat.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our camera. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
6, 7, and 8 in the batting order for St. Francis. It's Dowd, Serber, and Gomez coming to bat in the bottom of inning number 2. A 2-0 lead for Marian over St. Francis. Lead in this doubleheader 1-0 in favor of the Cougars, who took the first game in 9 innings. It's a first pitch strike to start the at-bat to Macy Dowd, who helped send it to extras in the first game. Well struck to left field, and this is going to get over the left fielder Rundle's head. Dowd into second, and a leadoff double for St. Francis, and the first hit of the game for the Cougars. Now Courtney Serber with a runner in scoring position, and nobody down in the second. We were pretty fortunate yesterday. The doubleheader was like a blink of an eye, under 4 hours total between the 2 games. Serber bunts this one foul, 0-1. Serber, the designated player in the second game after playing short in game 1. Down low, 1-1. Serber, 16 runs driven in on the season. Healthy swing here, just a tick behind it from Tessner, 1-2. St. Francis in the all-white uniforms again. They've got the stirrups rocking here for this doubleheader. Marian in all gray on the road. 1-2. Serber looped out towards center field. Hoffman coming in to make the catch. One away. one down for Joanna Gomez, who delivered the game-winning RBI in the first game of the doubleheader. Dowd at second, one away. Gomez, first pitch swinging, fouled back, 0-1. The one thing you're just trying to consistently do if you're St. Francis, battle through at-bats. Make Tessner throw a couple extra pitches each inning, and maybe you can get even deeper into the bullpen. Gomez into right field, down for a hit. It's going to score a run as well as it gets past the right fielder, Madare. Gomez turns, heading for third. Throw in time, tag applied. Run does score for St. Francis. It'll be a double, and then Gomez thrown out trying to stretch it into a triple. There is 2 down. RBI double for Gomez before she's thrown out. Clear the bases. 2 down. And Lena Vigiano in the 9 spot. One and one count on Vigiano. St. Francis with a run back here in the second. Up high, 2-1. Tessner just missed the zone here. It's now 3-1 the count on Vigiano. Top of the order lurking, Sam Baker due up next. It is ball forward to Vigiano, and she's aboard with a 2-out walk. Now Sam Baker. There will be an error charge to the right fielder Madera as well, as that ball got past her in right field, which did allow Dowd to score. Don't think they were going to send her, as Baker shoots one right at Butel. She makes the catch on the slap approach, and that ends the bottom of the second. 2 innings complete. Marian with a 2-1 lead on St. Francis here. SummitCitySports.com.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcast. When the Homestead girls golf team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories and setting the standard for how high school sports should be covered. Join us and donate today.
Top of the third inning, number 11 Marian with a 2-1 lead over St. Francis here in the second game of the doubleheader. So a change defensively for St. Francis. Lily Pierce is now in right field in place of Gomez. Defensively and in the lineup, thanks to our home plate umpire for relaying that to us here in the booth. And the top of the third begins with the first pitch ball. So Gomez gets the RBI double. Thrown out trying to take third, and that brings Pierce into the game. This one splits the gap in left center field, and Madare with a double. And the leadoff batter with 2 bases to start the third. Now Maddie Hughes with a runner at second, nobody down. And a first pitch strike to Hughes here in the top of the third. She reached on an E6 back in the first, came around to score. One of 2 errors on St. Francis in that first inning. 1 ball and 1 strike. Off speed, just missing for shot. Runner taken off, and Madère is able to get into third base. On the ground to short. Howdeshell only option to go to first. That is the first out recorded, but Marian will score a run on that RBI ground out. One down in the third. Allie Malone walked in her first AB today. Chopper to short, Howdeshell gets it to first. 2 away. Now Lily went with nobody aboard and 2 out. Top of inning number 3. Off-speed pitch, really good one from Schott. It's 0-1. Went reaching on an E5 in her last at-bat. Schott with the 0-1 on the ground towards Robakowski. This time she delivers the out over to first, and a relatively quick top half of the third, but Marian does get a run back. It's now 3-1. Knights in front of St. Francis going to the bottom of the third.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our camera. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Peyton Iliff leads things off for St. Francis in the bottom of the third inning. It's 2, 3, and 4 in the batting order for the Cougars. Iliff, Robakowski, and Schott scheduled to hit here in the third. Tessner back in the circle, and the first pitch is a strike, 0-1. Tessner, that 1 run given up in the last inning. 2 hits in total for St. Francis. Iliff just out in front of it, foul towards third. It's 0-2. This was where some of the magic happened for St. Francis in the last game against Marian. 7th inning, down by a run. Iliff got on base. Eventually, Robakowski would score to tie the game, and then the same thing happened in the 9th. Down a run. Iliff, Robakowski both get on to start the inning, and St. Francis found a way to win. Down by 2 here in the third. Tessner with the 1-2. And gets the strikeout of Iliff. 1 away here in the bottom of the third inning. It's the third strikeout so far for Tessner. Robakowski struck out her first time at the plate against Tessner. Wind blowing out towards center field, which it has consistently been doing today. Robakowski in the air towards left center field. This ball got some extra carry to it, and it's gone. Abby Robakowski with her first home run of the day. That is her 30th career home run with the Cougars. Home run number 13 of the year. And St. Francis is back within one, and there's that wind helping the ball get out. Left center field. Good strength from Robakowski here as we take a look, and the left and center fielder going back, and that ball just got high enough up in the air that it carried itself the rest of the way out. Now Haley Schott digs in. St. Francis down by just one. First pitch ball, 1-0. Schott trying to help her own cause here in the third. And she may here. This is well struck out towards center field. How about back-to-back home runs for St. Francis? Schott, second consecutive day with the long ball. And the pitcher helping her own cause. It's 3-3. Getting a ball up into the jet stream really going to help you today, and Haley Schott shows off that strength. Back-to-back solo home runs for St. Francis, and we are all even at 3 apiece. Can Maddie Minnick keep it going? She already has homered once today. And swung and missed the first pitch, 0-1. Minnick in the 5 spot in the order, grounded out to third. And her only plate appearance here in game 2. Down low, 1 ball and 1 strike to Minnick. 3-3, St. Francis tied with Marian. Game 2 of the doubleheader. Little bunt out in front of home plate. Tessner not going to be able to get it to first in time. Maddie Minnick lays down a perfect bunt. 3 consecutive hits in the inning for St. Francis. Runner at first and 1 down for Macy Dowd. This one looped foul on the first base line, 0-1. Dowd doubled. Ended up scoring on that hit from Gomez in the last inning. Down in the zone, 1 ball and 1 strike. Two solo home runs for St. Francis in the third. It's on a line, gonna find the gap in right center field, cut off by Hoffman. Minnick will go from first to third. Runners on the corners and just 1 down off the single from Dowd, who's now 2 for 2. And that is the 4th consecutive hit of the inning for St. Francis offensively. So 1 away for Courtney Serber. And we may see no pitching change, at least at this point, but a discussion amongst the pitching staff here for Marian, and talking amongst the infield as well for the Knights in this situation where, you know, St. Francis could use stolen base to try and draw a throw towards second. Maybe try to score Minnick from third on said potential throw to second base, and those are the scenarios you got to work out here, especially in a tie ball game. Marian 5-6 now in their last 11 games played, down to 14-7 in the Crossroads League, while St. Francis is up to 16-3 in the Crossroads League this season. One down, bottom of the third, runners at the corners. Courtney Serber against Elena Tessner. Tessner, first pitch is up, ball one. Got Butel over at third. In, expecting a bunt. Dowd aboard at first. 1-0 is low. 2 balls and no strikes. They throw to second. Minute coming home. She's in safe. Dowd will take second as well on the throw, and St. Francis has the lead on some aggressive base running from Maddie Minnick, and nice work by the St. Francis group. Perfectly executed that double steal. Now Serber still with an RBI chance. 2-0. Looped out towards shallow right field. Backing up is Piercy, the second baseman, to make the catch. 2 away. And now the 8th spot in the order, Lillian Pierce. Pierce, first at bat today, came in defensively in the top of this inning. First pitch strike to Pierce, 0-1. St. Francis has taken the lead for the first time here in Game 2. A 4-3 advantage for the Cougars. Pierce popped it up, first base line. Hopped out of the glove of Wendt. And extra life for Pierce here at the plate, as it's 0-2 on a ball I think Wendt catches 9 times out of 10. You're playing along the fence on that first base line, so a tougher play, but it popped in and out of the glove. Tessner with the 0-2 to Pierce. Fouled it off to stay alive. Again, Katie Lackman is up and throwing in the Marian bullpen. She's been up 3 or 4 different times getting loose for the Knights. 0-2 count. Dowd at second. Pierce fouls another one out of play. See at least one more pitch in this at-bat. 4-3, St. Francis leading Marian. Bottom of the third, Game 2 of the doubleheader. 2 more tomorrow against Goshen. And then off on Friday. 0-2. Outside, 1-2 on Lily Pierce. Dowd is the runner at second. Tessner 1-2. And Pierce again spoils another. She's a little bit late, but she's been able to make enough contact to at least see another pitch. Vigiano would hit next. Pierce, the 7th batter of the inning for St. Francis. 1-2. Takes up high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat upcoming. Pierce back up the middle into center field. Dowd takes the turnaround third, coming to the plate, throw, bounces away from the catcher Hughes. St. Francis scores again, and Lily Pierce with the RBI single. 4th run of the inning for the Cougars. Dowd scoring from second, and Pierce into second. 7 total hits for St. Francis. Two down, bottom of the third. Vigiano fouls it away. Pierce, the runner at second. in scoring position again as she traded places with Dowd. 0-2 on Vigiano. A 4-spot on the board for St. Francis here in the third, after it was a 3-1 lead for Marian coming in to the bottom half of this inning. 0-2 to Vigiano. And again, St. Francis is doing just enough to stay alive, keep battling, and see another pitch, because the next pitch you see may be a ball, and then you may see one that's in a good spot. That's what Lily Pierce did. Had to foul off a couple, take a couple to see the pitch she wanted, and she delivered another run. Here's the 0-2. Vigiano in on the hands, floated out to left field. It's down for a hit. Pierce around third will score, and it's now 6-3 St. Francis. And that brings up Sam Baker, who is now the 9th batter of the inning. And Baker will hit for the 3rd time today against Tessner. On a taxing 3rd inning right now. Baker just served it foul down the third base line. Was a really good spot for Baker to try and live in with that slap approach. Nobody's going to be able to get to that kind of ball on the third base side. 0-1 count on Sam Baker. Vigiano, the runner at first. Baker, chopper back towards the mound. Tessner just in time to first. And that is the final out of the 3rd inning, but a big 3rd inning for St. Francis. A 5-spot on the board, and the Cougars now lead 6-3 going to the top of the 4th.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
The athletes has always been here, and they're getting better. I'm watching, Summit City Sports, man, they're doing an awesome job. And, that's a plug. Them dudes are doing an outstanding job. And I'm able to be in Nashville and watch games on YouTube that they're broadcasting, and I'm seeing the talent. And it is just truly outstanding. And, you guys have seen the talent that's in the NFL now from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the talent that's coming up now, and the talent that, is just here, man. It's really cool.
6-3, St. Francis with a lead on number 11 Marian as we begin the top of the 4th inning. 7, 8, and 9 in the batting order for Marian. And a first pitch strike taken by Haley Webb. And Webb falling behind 0-2 here against Schott. St. Francis leading 6-3. Off-speed pitch. Haley Schott pulls the string and gets the strikeout. And the dugout's going to love that. 4th strikeout for Schott. And there is one down here in the 4th. First pitch, strike, 0-1 to Butel. Butel walked and then was left stranded at second base in the 2nd. And Marian in desperate need of something to change the momentum in this game right now. 5 runs for St. Francis in the bottom of the 3rd. And you felt like the energy that was in that first base dugout early in this game completely shifted to the third base side. Off-speed pitch, Schott has her stuff right now. It's 1-2. Off speed again. This is looped out towards left field. Minnick on to make the catch. 2 up, 2 down in the fourth. Nine spot in the order with Ella Piercy trying to turn things over. Little dribbler back to shot instead. The pitcher fielding her position, and it's a 1-2-3 top half of the fourth inning for St. Francis defensively. To the bottom of the fourth we go. 6-3, Cougars in front.
For athletes of all sports, PSM's Edge training program is a personalized, high-intensity experience designed to help you outperform the competition. Whether you're looking to enhance your speed, strength, power, agility, or overall fitness, our expert training staff will build a program that adapts to your schedule while maximizing your overall performance. Now accepting athletes 12 years old and up. Get started today. Schedule your free evaluation at psmsports.com/edge.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our camera. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Bottom of the fourth inning, 6-3, St. Francis with a lead over Marian. New pitcher in the game is Katie Lackman for Marian. She comes in relief as the Knights are in a dangerous spot in this game. Lackman replacing Tessner, who goes 3 innings, gave up 8 hits, 6 runs, 5 of which were earned. Oh, and 2 count. Iliff at the dish. Towards right center field. Found the gap, lands in front of the warning track, and Iliff is into second base. She is just on fire at the plate today for St. Francis. Up Abby Robakowski with a runner in scoring position immediately for St. Francis. And how about this for a little bit of a confidence booster too? You can look at the preseason and you know consistently in this conference who the top teams are. As this first pitch is fouled back 0-1. You know who the top teams are, at least on paper, usually in any given year in the Crossroads League. Marian's one of them. And if you can get a doubleheader sweep at home against them, that should build some great confidence. And that one is foul behind home plate, now 0-2. And the other thing it should do is give St. Francis a little bit more respect in terms of the top 25 polls. They weren't even receiving votes in the latest edition, yet they were essentially tied for first at the top of the Crossroads League. 0-2 is up high to Robakowski, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lackman facing Robakowski for the first time today in her first relief appearance against St. Francis this year. Robakowski turns and shot it foul down the third base line. Still 1-2. Some score updates. Top of the 6th, Spring Arbor 6, Indiana Wesleyan 2. That game being played in Marion. Taylor trailing Mount Vernon Nazarene 3-1. And Goshen responds in game 2. They get the win over Grace 9-1 in 5 innings. Up in the zone to Robakowski, 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2. Robakowski will see at least one more as she fouls that pitch back. They go off speed, stayed up in the zone. It's now full. Iliff aboard at second after the leadoff double. Payoff pitch. And it is held on to there behind home plate. And I think Coach Boland's going to check and make sure that that ball was actually held onto on the foul tip. Robakowski does not want to leave the box, and they want to check to see if this one hit the ground potentially on a foul tip. And it will not be changed, so an out recorded. One down, that brings Haley Schott back up to the plate, and Schott, who hit a solo home run in her last at-bat, digs in. She has been really good in the circle today, and first pitch swing foul back 0-1. Lackman appeared in 13 games last season, all as a reliever. Pitched just under 21 innings. This season, it's not been extremely busy. 7 innings of work. She's given up 8 earned runs in those 7 innings. 8 walks, 3 strikeouts coming into the day. It's an 0-2 count on Haley Schott. Iliff, the runner at second. And it's back-to-back strikeouts recorded for Lackman. 2 away in the 4th. Brings up Maddie Minnick. So 5 strikeouts in total for this Marian pitching staff in game 2. Minnick, first pitch up high, ball 1. Minnick swings, misses. It's 1-1. Bottom of the 4th, 6-3, St. Francis on top. Again, we saw Marian trailing in the later stages of that first game. They found a way to produce some runs and come back. St. Francis had to force extras before eventually walking it off. Two-1. Minnick sends it straight back. Count evens up at 2-2. Macy Dowd in the on-deck circle. Two-two delivery. Up high to Minnick. Count is full. Laid down that perfect bunt her last time up. Don't think we'll see her turn to bunt here on 3-2. 2 down, bottom of the 4th. And the runner on second. Here's the payoff pitch to Minnick. And Lackman with 3 strikeouts there in the 4th. And it keeps this a 3-run ball game heading to the top of the 5th here at Westendorf Field on the University of St. Francis campus.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcasts. When the Homestead Girls Golf Team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories and setting the standard for how high school sports should be covered. Join us and donate today.
Top half of the fifth, number 11 Marian trailing St. Francis 6-3. Second game of the doubleheader. St. Francis took the first game as well. Top of the batting order for Marian. Hoffman, Rundle, Madare scheduled to hit in this fifth inning. 0-1. Out to center. Vigiano's got her sunglasses on top of her head now, and she makes the catch for the first out. Seen some of the outfielders really battling the sun today, especially during that first game, but we're under cloudy skies now here in Fort Wayne. There are no lights here at St. Francis, so if we get to that point of darkness potentially, could see that, but should be all right for the next hour or so. Still above 60 degrees here in the 2-6-0. On the ground to third, backhanded by Robakowski, gets it to first. Tough play to make with the speedy Rundle at the dish, but two quick outs here in the fifth. Abby Madare, 2 for 2 today. Trying to adjust for her at the plate. First pitch swinging on the ground to third. A quick top half of the fifth inning for Haley Schott and this St. Francis defense. 3 up, 3 down, and 5 pitches in total for Schott there in the fifth.
For athletes of all sports, PSM's Edge training program is a personalized, high-intensity experience designed to help you outperform the competition. Whether you're looking to enhance your speed, strength, power, agility, or overall fitness, our expert training staff will build a program that adapts to your schedule while maximizing your overall performance. Now accepting athletes 12 years old and up. Get started today. Schedule your free evaluation at psmsports.com/edge.
Bottom of the fifth inning, 6 runs on 9 hits for St. Francis. They did commit 2 errors defensively in the first. 3 runs on just 2 hits for Marian in this game. Again, we will keep you updated on the other scores going on in the Crossroads League today. Bottom of the 6th inning, Indiana Wesleyan has scored in the 6th. It's now a 6-3 ball game there. Mount Vernon leads Taylor 4-1 in the bottom of the 6th. Goshen and Grace split their doubleheader today. Other games of potential interest. Number 2, Madonna takes care of Rochester Christian today. 6-0 win in game 2. Crosstown rivals Indiana Tech defeating Lourdes in their first game of the doubleheader, 6-1. Lourdes, another one of the teams out of the Wolverine Hoosier Athletic Conference that's about to close its doors for next season. That conference in a little bit of predicament moving forward with some of the closures of those schools. It's a 1-1 count on Macy Dowd. Lackman missing low, 2-1. Dowd, Serber, Pierce. Scheduled to hit in the bottom of the 5th. 3-1 now. So Lackman came in, picked up 3 strikeouts in her first inning in relief. Saw her warming up for Marian probably 4 different times through the first 2 games. Count is now full, 3-2 on Dowd. Lexi Smith went 6 innings. We saw Cohen go 3 innings in the first game. It's been a lot of different arms for Marian. This is a ground out. Second over to first. Piercy to Went. 1 down. Brings up Courtney Serber. Bree Miller batting in place of Serber. One down, bottom of the fifth. 6-3, St. Francis in front. Called a strike there to Miller to make it 1-1. And another called strike now. 1-2 the count on Bree Miller, batting for the first time today. We did see her run in game one. .250 batting average for Miller, a home run, 11 RBIs on the season. It's now 2-2. Popped up. And behind home plate catch is made by Hughes. 2 down. And now Lily Pierce. RBI single and scored last time around. Pierce floats it out. And a really nice play made out at short. Malone drifts back into the outfield, makes the catch over her head. And St. Francis goes down in order in the bottom of the fifth. To the top of the sixth we go. 6-3. Cougars leading the Knights.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Top of the sixth inning, 4, 5, and 6. The batting order for Marian. Haley shot back out there for her sixth inning of work. Hughes, Malone, and Wendt, your scheduled batters for Marian in the sixth. This is fouled off now, 0-2. Since these two teams met back on April 10th, 2006, Marian holds a 61-7 overall record over St. Francis since then. This is through the right side and into right field. A leadoff single for Hughes. 61-7. St. Francis has technically won the last two games played in this series. Last year on April 26th, they won 3-2, and then winning 8-7 in the first game today. That matches the longest winning streak that St. Francis has had against Marian since 2006. This one looped back to shot. She caught it, goes to first, double play. 1-3 on the pop out back to shot. Not only does she field her position, but she picks the runner off of first as well. 2 down in the sixth. Lily Wendt. First pitch strike, 0-1. Haley Schott has had some of her best stuff today. And she's ahead 0-2 and a strike away from getting through the top half of the sixth. Marian's last run came in the third. Scored 2 runs, courtesy of 2 errors in the first inning. A run in the third. They have not scored since. On the ground, left side of the infield. That's going to get through and into left. It's a 2-out single for Marian. And Went is aboard. And looks like we may see either a pinch hitter in this situation, so Alyssa Donaldson will hit in place of Haley Webb. Webb was over 2 with a couple strikeouts against Schott so far today. So Donaldson, sophomore catcher, went to Brebeuf. Another one of those Indy area kids. First pitch inside, ball 1 to Donaldson. Butel scheduled to hit next. But a huge spot in this game here in the 6th inning. Out in front of that off-speed pitch, and Schott's ability to pull the string a couple of different times today has been key in keeping hitters off balance for Marian. 1-1. 2 balls and 1 strike now on Donaldson, batting for the first time today. Did not see her in game 1. This is tapped foul. Some people in the crowd wanting umpires to keep an eye on the runner at first base. That's where Went is. 2-2 count, 2 away, top of the 6th. This one is foul. Watch out in the on-deck circle. Two. Again, a little bit out in front. This one rolled foul towards the St. Francis dugout. 6-3 Cougars, top of the 6th. Haley's shot. 2-2. Off speed, got her, strike 3, and St. Francis is through 6 innings defensively. It's a 3-run lead for the Cougars, looking for maybe a couple more runs to extend it into the 7th. St. Francis coming to bat, 9-1-2 in the order when we return to Westendorf Field for the bottom of the 6th inning.
For athletes of all sports, PSM's Edge training program is a personalized, high-intensity experience designed to help you outperform the competition. Whether you're looking to enhance your speed, strength, power, agility, or overall fitness, our expert training staff will build a program that adapts to your schedule while maximizing your overall performance. Now accepting athletes 12 years old and up. Get started today. Schedule your free evaluation at psmsports.com/edge.
Bottom of the 6th inning, it is 6-3. St. Francis leading number 11 Marian. Cougars coming to bat. Bottom of the order. Vigiano's scheduled to lead things off, but it'll be Brady, though, batting to start for St. Francis here in the 6th, and then back to the top of the order with Baker and company. It is Maddie Brady, the pinch hitter for Elena Vigiano. Freshman out of Columbia City. First pitch swinging for Brady into right field, gonna drop. And a single for Maddie Brady begins the bottom of the 6th for St. Francis, and this is just exactly what you're looking for if you're the Cougars, because you've got to find a way to produce an extra run. You're looking for insurance here in the 6th inning. As good as a 3-run lead is, it'd be nice to be up 4, 5, maybe even 6 going into the last frame. And we'll have a change on the base paths. Becca Patterson out running at first base, replacing Brady. Baker thought about laying down the bunt. 1-0 count on Baker. Patterson is the runner at first. Bunt laid down by Baker. Third base side. Butel to first, and they just got Baker at great speed up the line. One down. Patterson moves up to second. And Peyton Iliff, who has been the toughest out today for St. Francis, digs in. First pitch up in the zone to Iliff, ball one. Well, Indiana Wesleyan has done it again. They are now in front 8-6 on Spring Arbor in the top of the seventh inning. They were down 6-2 going into the bottom of the sixth inning. They score 6 runs in the sixth to take the lead. And that'll be back-to-back days where they were down late that they battle back and are on the verge of a doubleheader sweep of Spring Arbor. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Peyton Iliff. Second time against Lackman. 1-2. Popped up first base side. This is out of play. And we'll be back here tomorrow, 3 and 5 o'clock. Your scheduled start times for 2 games against Goshen. Off on Friday, 2 more against Grace Saturday. 2-2. 1 away. Patterson is the runner at second. 6-3. St. Francis leading Marian. On the ground, to short. Malone to first. 2 down. And now Robakowski, RBI chance with 2 down. Brady with a single that started this inning. Patterson running forward at second, hoping to take advantage. Robakowski may just do that in the air, right center field. Goodbye. Second home run of the game for Abby Robakowski. And 2 more insurance runs for St. Francis. Robakowski, the home run queen, does it again. 31 home runs now in her time here at St. Francis. 35 career collegiate home runs now for Robakowski. And that was her 14th home run of the year. 8-3, St. Francis in front. 2 down in the sixth. Now straight back by Haley Schott, who has done it all in the circle today. Also has a home run. Solo shot back in the third. Shot on the ground to third. Butel over to first. And we go to the top of the seventh. A 2-run home run for Abby Robakowski. St. Francis leading by 5, needing just 3 outs to complete the doubleheader sweep.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
8, 9, and 1 in the batting order for Marian. The number 11 ranked Knights, trailing by 5 runs. Lost by a run in extra innings in the first game today. And now they need at least 5 here in the 7th to continue this game. Mallory Butel will lead things off for Marian in the top of the 7th. The Knights have recorded just 4 hits today against Haley Schott. First pitch to Butel, down in the dirt, ball one. Two of those hits came in the last inning. Schott was able to erase one of them with a double play. And on the hands, fouled off on the first base side, 1-1 on Butel. Downstairs, 2 balls and 1 strike. Again, we're back here tomorrow, 2 games against Goshen. Marian will be at Spring Arbor on Saturday. We'll also be in action Saturday with Grace here at 1-3. 2-2. Butel, a walk and a fly out. And our 2 at-bats against Schott. Just missing on that 2-2 pitch. Count is run full. Payoff pitch in on the hands. Butel foul on that first base line. Trying to avoid the leadoff batter getting on for Marian here in the 7th. 3-2. Struck out swinging. 1 down in the 7th on the 6th strikeout for Schott here tonight. One away. Brings up Ella Piercy. Actually, Lucy Kemp batting in place of Piercy in the 9 spot. Kemp's first at bat of the day comes in the 7th inning. Takes a strike from Schott, 1-1. Again, can't say enough. She has been on it today and has looked really good from the start. Defense had to settle in for St. Francis after that first inning, but Schott was ready to go from the get-go today. Lifted out to center field. Vigiano backtracking, and she's got it. St. Francis and out away from a doubleheader sweep against Marian. Two down, top of the batting order, Abby Hoffman at the plate. Hoffman, who could not get out in the first game, is yet to reach base here in game 2. First pitch, strike, 0-1. Looking for one final out to get the doubleheader sweep. And what a couple of wins it would be for St. Francis. Gearing up for still 6 games from now until next Monday, all on the home field. 1-1. Floated out to left field. Minute coming on. It's going to land in front of her. And a 2-out single for Hoffman. And now Delaney Rundle with a runner at first and 2 away. Madare would hit next. They can get to her. But this is where those extra insurance runs were so huge for St. Francis in the bottom of the 6th inning. Comfortable cushion right now, still at a 5-run advantage, even with a runner on base. 0-1 count. Rundle grounded out to third her last time up. It's down in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike. Been a busy day behind home plate for Peyton Iliff. Now 1-2. Marian down to its final strike against St. Francis. Game 2 of the doubleheader. Shot, rocks, fires, just missed. 2-2. dugout ready to explode for the Cougars. 6 strikeouts for Schott. Little dribbler is foul from Rundle. Still 2-2. Marian has just not had an answer for Haley Schott today. And the offense for St. Francis with 8 runs in both games. Rundle stays alive again. Still 2-2. Schott deals. Rundle, another dribbler that spins foul. Another 2-2 offering from Schott. Hoffman aboard at first. Rundle on the ground to third. Robakowski in time to first base. And it's a doubleheader sweep for St. Francis over Marian. 8-3 is your final score. Haley Schott throws the complete game. And St. Francis with a run in the second, 5 runs in the third inning, 2 more in the sixth. And the Cougars get the doubleheader sweep. We'll come back and talk with Coach Bolin after this extended timeout. SummitCitySports.com.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our camera. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
The athletes has always been here, and they're getting better. I'm watching, Summit City Sports, man, they're doing an awesome job. And, that's a plug. Them dudes are doing an outstanding job. And I'm able to be in Nashville and watch games on YouTube that they're broadcasting, and I'm seeing the talent. And it is just truly outstanding. And, you guys have seen the talent that's in the NFL now from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the talent that's coming up now, and the talent that, is just here, man. It's really cool.
Developed for athletes of all sports, PSM's Edge training program is a personalized, high-intensity experience designed to help you outperform the competition. Whether you're looking to enhance your speed, strength, power, agility, or overall fitness, our expert training staff will build a program that adapts to your schedule while maximizing your overall performance. Now accepting athletes 12 years old and up. Get started today. Schedule your free evaluation at psmsports.com/edge.
I started playing football when I was 4 years old in the Cub Football League at Leo. My freshman year of high school, I really started to notice that there was something different about how I played compared to what some other people were playing like. So then I started to develop more. I started to see the results, and then being able to go to Iowa was a big opportunity for me. Being able to train here at PSM has really given me an edge over my competitors. Working on my speed, that's the name of the game nowadays, is who's the fastest guy on the field. Being able to put my body in different positions to allow me to be in the best position during the game. It's so important to not take those days off and just get into a place like PSM where they have flexible hours, and it's good for college athletes to come in and just train.
Final score, St. Francis 8, Marian 3, and it is a doubleheader sweep for St. Francis over the Knights of Marian. And Coach, you look at the numbers and the overall record between these two teams in terms of the overall history between Marian and St. Francis in softball, right? And you guys just picked up 2 wins against a top 15 team and one of the best teams in NAIA softball over the last 20 years,
yeah.
We'll say. What did it take to get 2 victories here today?
A lot of time, man. That's the first time we've ever swept them in a 2-game series since I've been here for 22 years. So just what we're doing. We've talked every game about sticking to the process and big hits, right, in key moments. I'd be Haley Schott in the circle, right?
Yeah.
Complete game. Just did a great job. Her changeup is unreal. It's hard to lay off of. It's hard to hit. We kept them off balance the entire time. That was probably a more complete team victory in my opinion, because it's really hard coming off a major high, staying where we needed to be, level playing field. We got down 2-0 quick, and then all of a sudden we woke up a little bit and answered. So with 5 runs in the bottom of the third, bottom of third. So man, we're blessed right now. We're just playing the game, and we're playing it the right way, and we're being honored for that.
Yeah, and certainly Haley, she had her stuff from the first inning. Couple errors defensively there, let those 2 runs in, but that was the second time I've seen her start. Mm-hmm. Didn't feel like she had her stuff the first time. She had it today. What's the difference when she does have it?
Yeah, she's on hit. So I don't want to say unhittable, but she does such a good job of keeping everybody off balance because the changeup is so good. Her pitches that are down in the zone are really good, and then she has a little bit of a sneaky fastball. So, it looks, if she's in the 60s, it looks like it's 65 mm-hmm. because it's, all the stuff that she throws. So, credit her, man. In the circle, in the batter's box today, hits a home run in that game too. For me, she did really well today.
Yeah, and you've gotten a lot of production out of right field the past couple of games as well. No matter who you put out there, Gomez hits the walk-off in Game 1. You get Pearson there in Game 2, and she delivers with an RBI. How challenging is it for you now with 12, maybe 13 different girls that could see the field and probably deserve to see the field at any given time?
It's tough because we've been playing 3 right fielders with Bree Miller, who's swung the bat pretty well. Joe's been hot lately. Lily comes in, hits a double. She's struggled a little bit offensively, Lily has, but we still want to give her opportunities. Pitch hit by Maddie Brady, another kid that comes in, not a right fielder, but you just talk about the kids that are sitting here for the majority of the day, and it's like, I think it's time to put her in. I think it's time to do this, and I'll credit Coach Gower and his background in coaching, 22 years as a head coach, and it's my benefit having him on my staff. It's been awesome for him and I to talk back and forth strategy, and we have so many good philosophies that they just mesh really well together. It's been great, and I got to credit my pitching coaches who've been awesome, man. Their game plan, they text it to me in the morning. We go through it, and then we talk to our pitchers about it. It's been a really big team effort for everybody.
Certainly feels like a well-oiled machine right now. 11 consecutive wins, now 4-0 to start this week. How do you keep things rolling with Goshen tomorrow and 2 against Grace on Saturday?
And honestly, the Goshens, those guys can be scary. They swept Taylor, I think, last week. You got to show up and play, and if you want this bad, and what I mean by want it, if you want to win the league, mm-hmm. you can't let off the gas. And tomorrow, I think it's not going to be a hard for our hitters to adjust, but making sure our pitchers are healthy. We were thankfully Haley through the whole game, so now Ellie and Olivia get to. We got Lex who's fully ready to go, so we're still in a great spot, really good spot to be honest. So it's just staying healthy and staying lucky and doing all of that.
All right, Coach. Well, congrats, doubleheader sweep. Nothing too crazy here. Yeah. So thanks for your time as always, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yep, appreciate it.
All right, thanks to Coach Bolin as we wrap things up here tonight. Doubleheader sweep for St. Francis over Marian, and that is something to celebrate certainly tonight for the Cougar faithful. We'll see you tomorrow, 3 o'clock for games against Goshen, and then again on Saturday at 1 and